going to get his opportunity to talk about micropaths. And I thought that I actually might talk to you about a mobile heritage project just a little bit, just sort of to introduce you to that. Just again, sort of expanding your kind of world of projects and possibilities. And then the rest of the afternoon is essentially open time to maybe talk about things that we haven't necessarily talked about, because there's a lot of stuff that we haven't covered and we never could have covered given the amount of time. And there are a lot of people in the room among the faculty who have experience and expertise, that stuff that we haven't talked about. So it'll be a good sort of opportunity for that. It also might be a good opportunity to play around with some hardware and some software that you might not necessarily have seen. We're setting up some augmented reality systems in the back there, which will sort of dovetail very nicely with Sean's talk. And it's also an opportunity for you to sit down with faculty that you haven't sat down with and talk and get feedback on project ideas, because you will remember that after today, sort of your responsibilities in this institute will kick in. On Saturday, you're going to be doing your project lightning pitches, and you will remember that one of the deliverables you have to hand to us before you leave is the project vision document for your project. And you will also have to do a blog post on the Institute website that is sort of mirrors that project vision document. It doesn't have to be, copy and paste, but it is essentially saying the same thing. And then, so you're going to have your pitches in the morning, and in the afternoon, there will be opportunity again to sit down with people and refine and sharpen your ideas based on what you pitched. So it's sort of this afternoon is pre-pitch discussions, and Saturday afternoon is post-pitch discussions. The idea being that you will have a really good idea about what you can do, the scale and the scope of it, before you leave. Now, that doesn't mean that process will not continue. We will be giving you feedback on your project vision documents, and again, helping you sort of sharpen it if necessary, and scale it if necessary. So that's what we're looking at for the next 2 days. Now, one of the things also that I wanted to sort of throw out to people is that we have left the option open to stream the project pitches. Now, the idea was that I wasn't sure if everyone was going to be comfortable with live streaming their project pitches. Whether you are kind of unsure about it or whether there are other factors. We don't have to stream the project pitches. But if people are okay, I know that individuals in the broader world would be interested in hearing the ideas and the results and the potential projects that are going to come out of the Institute. So think about that, and we'll sort of get a sense of the room and make the decision tonight or before we leave, all right? So that we can be set up for streaming tomorrow or just not, okay? Yeah.
You could also just record them but not stream them.
Yes.
And then put them up later.
Yeah, well, if we're streaming them, we're recording them. So, yes.
You don't want it to be live.
Right. So anyways, think about this, okay? And there's only about 15 people on any given day who are watching the stream. Not to say that the stuff isn't incredibly scintillating, but we can think about sort of scale here. It's not hundreds and hundreds of people that are listening. Sean's mom is listening. We're all pitching to Sean's mom. She's actually approving. You guys didn't know this?
There are some people who don't necessarily object to live streaming, but the problem is their projects are sensitive,
Yeah.
and they have to talk with the people they're going to be working with
Yeah.
before they.
Yeah, sure.
So it might be that maybe some and not all, or something like that. Too.
Yeah.
Maybe we can split it up and
Yeah, yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can do it that way.
That's not a bad idea because we have them split into two. All right, so that's what we do. So if you don't mind, we'll make a list and get a sense at the end of the day. If you have a problem, we'll get a list of those people, and we can divvy it up that way. Yeah.
So can we put a picture up, or is this just talking?
Yes, you can put a picture up. We'll have a presentation machine. You can bring something up, but you still only get 5 minutes. I will literally have a countdown timer on my iPad that beeps annoyingly. If anyone was at the SAA Digital Archaeology Project Lightning Talks last year, you'll know what I mean. I'm using the same system, and I'll have my little speaker, and it starts, like beeping and going off. Yeah. So yeah, you got 5 minutes. So just keep that in mind. No sort of, scholarly carrying on jibber jabber. Yeah.
Quick off Lynn's point. So for the vision document, it's okay if we don't have. So in that part, we say like who would be our collaborators.
Yeah.
It's okay if we don't already have all that stuff lined up.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, but
like
I mean.
For particular data sets, I'm not sure which one like can use, which ones like can't. And it would be easier to have a conversation with the person rather than like send them an email saying.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is, in this context, the project vision document is preliminary. Under normal circumstances, you would know exactly, but just given this context. So what you can actually do is just be explicit about that. If it's this thing, it's these people. If it's this thing, it's these people, and then it will be fine. Any other sort of questions about that sort of project stuff, schedule stuff? All right, the other thing is apparently Lynn got some requests from outside of the Institute, people watching the streaming. People who are watching the streaming feed have no clue who you guys are because you can't see you guys. Right. So I'm not going to ask you to introduce yourself again, but I'm essentially speaking to the streaming feed. I mean, we have roughly a quarter CRM, a quarter public archaeologists, so that, Department of Transportation, national parks, state agencies. We have the rest are academic archaeologists, which are about a quarter graduate students, and then the rest are faculty. And then within that, there are museum individuals. Those museum individuals may be within the academy, they may be outside of the academy. So that is the general population, again, for the streaming. You guys all know this already. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the 14 people who are watching our stream.
I was told that somebody got on and they were number 248.
Oh, okay. All right. So
I don't think they're all watching at once.
yeah. I think that is number of views as opposed to live individuals watching. All right. So that having been said, everybody good? And we're gonna try to let a little bit early so people can go for lunch. We'll do that. If we hit a point, so this morning, Sean's going to talk about augmented reality, inspirational, aspirational, then we'll go on to a more workshop-y thing. We'll find a point in the workshop where we can stop, we can go for lunch, and if there are things that we need to complete or questions or stuff, we will take care of that stuff after lunch, because remember, we have this large period of time after lunch, which is free, in which we're going to have some little talks, project talks, and then there'll be free time. All right, is everyone good with that? All right, that having been said, I'm going to turn things over from to Sean Graham from Carleton, augmenting your archaeology.
Greetings, people of Earth. I've wanted to do that for a long time. Right? Whoops. Come on back. There we go. Just a technical note here. The presentation framework I'm using is called reveal.js. I'm serving all of this up from my GitHub repository from the GH Pages branch. It's a really handy way of getting your stuff out there, serving it so you know it's always going to work, and for sharing it. So if you're following along at home, hi mom, j.mp/ar-arch, and that will give you the same as what I've got up on the screen. And if you want to take your own copy, take your own copy, fork this thing. You can edit right in it. You can put your notes right into it. So j.mp/ar-arch-md. So the actual information in this presentation is being served up from a markdown document, which is just a souped up text file with a couple of asterisks for indicating bold or underscores for indicating italics. It's really quite simple stuff. So there's an HTML container that has all the styling and a markdown document that has all the information. When I want to make a new presentation, I just make a new markdown document. I go back to the HTML file and I change the single line that takes the source and point it to my new file. It's quite cool. I've augmented your reality already, right? Talk about value for money. We're in the business of augmenting reality. We're archaeologists. The AR in archaeology. That's augmented reality archaeology. Seriously though, think about it, right? Think about it. Okay? I'm going to start talking about the archaeological eye, the historical imagination, the ability to see through time and to see things that aren't actually there. Right? The first day we were at Michigan State, beautiful campus. Everybody should come to Michigan State University. Stay at the Kellogg Hotel.
How much did they pay you?
That was a completely whatever. Anyway, no money changed hands. We walked across campus with Terry, right? Terry augmented our reality. Terry sees things in the landscape here that you or I do not see, right? When I was a kid, my grandfather took us for walks across these empty, God-forsaken fields and showed us, painted for us, well, this was the McCready farm. These were the Beatties. That clump of trees over there, well, that was where the barn stood that your father fell out of, right? We augment our reality all the time. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the ways that archaeology really is augmented reality. Then I'm going to move more gently into a potted history of the techno-digital whiz-bang aspect of things. A little bit of theory. And then a couple of, we'll do a rapid tour through things that people are doing. It's been a pretty heavy week. It's been a cool week. It's been a lot of stuff. I'm not going to give you the nitty-gritty about how computer vision and augmented reality works, because frankly, we don't need to know that. There are people out there who will sort all of that out for us. We don't need to learn it today. Today, I just want you to have fun with this. I just want you to try things out. I want you to think about what the possibilities are. Because if you can imagine it, then we can sit down and we can figure out how to make it work. And I have put together a suite of tutorials, how-tos. I spent the better part of July writing these things and testing them. They will cover pretty much everywhere you might want to go, and we can figure out where you might want to go later. There is a demo application that I built called the Diary in the Attic, and you can try it out. I've printed out some of it over there. We've got some Google Cardboard wound up, and we'll address the WIFM at the bottom. WIFM is the one thing that we often don't really address, and especially in my classes. Student will say, "Sir, what's a WIFM?" No student has ever said that. But they should, okay? It's the what's in it for me, okay? I taught high school at one point, and I worked with a bunch of boys in a vocational program who had otherwise fallen through the cracks in the system, and this was sort of their last kick at the can. And those guys would ask WIFM all the time, but the F would probably be something else, right? And how I wish my own students actually would say this a bit more often, or that they would put up their hands and say, I'm sorry, that makes absolutely no sense, right? Undergraduate students never say that. So if I am speaking nonsense here, which is entirely possible, please say whoa. All right? So with that out of the way, here we go. So the archaeological eye, right? This is the archaeological eye in action, right? All of our training, everything we do is all about the archaeological eye. When it comes down to it, whether it's GIS, whether it's stratigraphy, whether it's a Harris matrix, it's all ultimately about technology in the service of giving us that spiderwick chronicle, peer through the hole and see the past, that traveling in that fourth dimension. The best amongst us are absolutely brilliant. They're painters with words. You stand and you talk with them and you understand and you see and it's real and you can almost hear it. The worst amongst us are Bueller. Okay, thank you for that. I do that in my classes and nobody watches her. Okay, so you complete me. Right? So it's the stories. Archaeology, whatever else the textbooks say, fundamentally it's about stories. It's about stories that move us. It's about stories that affect change here and now. Right? Archaeology isn't about the past, it's about right now. And it's about using that archaeological eye for our purposes now. And we try to generate that archaeological eye, that historical imagination for other people. And we try and do it in our museums, right? Or we try and do it with historical plaques. It's an attempt to get the public, an interested public, to see through time and space the same ways that we do. I've got small kids, right, 6 and 4. And if you take them and you show them a diorama, they understand instinctively what a diorama is for. It's not for looking at. It's not for reverence. It's for playing with. It's for getting your hands on. It's for grabbing these little people and attacking that fort. Right? It's about play. The true story emerges when we play with it, when we screw around with it, when we turn it upside down, when we deform it, when we stretch it out, when we see how it bounces, not when we read the official information plaque. Okay? And an archaeological hero of mine, Stuart Eve. Hi, Stuart. His work, and we'll see more of it today, but when I first turned up at Carleton University in 2010 after a decade in the academic wilderness, and somebody told me I had to teach augmented reality, Stuart was already there. And I want to show you something that he did here. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Can anybody hear this? Okay. Picture a techno beat with Russell Crowe shouting strength and honor. Right? So what Stu did, he went to a historical site, picked up one of these build your own Roman fort, punched it out, and then he augmented it. Right? So he takes that diorama and he does the kind of playing that adults are willing to do. Here comes the techno. Right? So here he is, he's on his living room floor. This thing here, this pattern of stones, this is his tracking image. This is what the computer vision actually sees. It's sufficiently, there's sufficient visual noise in it that the computer can pick that up, and then he ties that to certain media files, whether that's 3D files, whether that's animation files, whether that's whatever. And now the magic begins. So that's his thumb. There he is. And now we are seeing through our spiderwick hole in the stone a reality that exists. So that static wee fort is now animated. It has its own virtual life. You too can do this. I've written a tutorial. Maybe not this, but it'll come together. So there's the commander of the camp walking out of one of the holes. Here comes the techno. He's tied his application into the Wikipedia API. He's pulling in information from Wikipedia, mixing things together. The best digital work is often a kind of bricolage, a kind of collage, a mixing together, a meshing together. You don't have to build everything from scratch. You just got to be willing to smush it and see what happens. And then we'll take a look in the, well, now we're looking at the barracks. And now the latrine. So that's a 20-holer. But this is where Stu, Stu's a genius, but sometimes the mark of genius isn't necessarily all of this sort of stuff. It's the little touches that go with it, the little Easter egg. And if you use his particular application for long enough, if we use it long enough, if long enough we use it, eventually the barbarians invade. Form testudo, out they go. How can you not be excited about augmented reality when you've got people like Stu out there building things like this? This was an early proof of concept for Stu's PhD work. His entire PhD has just been published through British archaeological reports called Dead Man's Eyes, Embodied GIS, and you really ought to go and take a look at it. Okay, now, let us see if I can get back to where we started. Stop. I can't see. Please do not adjust your set. Okay, let us go back. Whoop, okay. So there's Stu. He did that in about 2010, okay? The landscape of augmented reality has changed an awful lot in the intervening years. We've gone through the whole Gartner hype cycle. In fact, we're coming around to do another whole tour of it. And you might have seen this video. Should I show this video, Ethan? Okay, what the heck? We'll give this a try. And where's the play button? There we go. Whoops.
But could we show them something new, Sax?
So the HoloLens, right? So much depends on Star Trek. Without Star Trek, we wouldn't even be worrying about a lot of this stuff. And the HoloLens, this is why Microsoft buys Minecraft, because they needed a killer app for this funky technology that they developed, right? And so this Minecraft world is now existing in three-dimensional space. If HoloLens actually works like this. There's no guarantee.
Sax can easily navigate and manipulate the world using his voice and his hands.
His voice and his hands, he can manipulate the world.
And even look inside.
The crowd goes mad.
Let's follow Lydia around for a bit.
Let's not.
Follow player.
Okay, so we'll just go back to where we were. You can watch the full video if you like. It's quite cool. Thank you. And let's go. Oh, exit presentation. No. Okay, so you can see my tabs. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I completely lost my train of thought. This kind of thing happens to me a lot. The thing is, right, augmented reality, us Western categorical things into boxes kind of thinkers, we want augmented reality to be like this, virtual reality will be like this, mixed reality will be like this, real reality will be like that. If real reality was so good, we wouldn't need to go bungee jumping, right? It's all a continuum. It all smears along this axis of immersion, of presence, of differing levels. And, you know, you watch small kids play, you know that there are no discrete differences. It is all one smeared level. If you've ever had to deal with an imaginary friend who's been up to no good in your house, you kind of know what that's like. The thing is, right, we have been building imaginary worlds, augmented realities, for millennia. Lascaux is a virtual world. Disney World is a mixed reality. Hadrian's Villa, for Hadrian, was an augmented reality, right? This is an augmented reality. Everything is just mediated one way or another with our technology, and it's just how far do you want to go and how explicit about what's happening do you want to be. So the question is then, if everything is virtual, and this is what Andrew Reinhardt, hi Andrew, says about video games, that there's no fundamental difference between virtual and real, well, then the question is, what does this particular form of digitally mediated augmented reality offer for us as archaeologists? That's the reason why I'm here. It's why you're listening to me. And to think about what that could possibly be, we turn to the futurists. This is Helen Papagiannis from Toronto, has a PhD in augmented reality type thingies. I forget what the official title is, but she was a student of Caitlin Fisher's from York University's augmented reality lab. And she's just written a book called 40 Ideas, where she tries to follow the different trajectories of what augmented reality can be or could do in various industries, various sectors, that sort of thing. Now, I said we've gone through this hype cycle before, right? And there's reason for thinking that maybe this time we are at that plateau of productivity in the Gardner hype cycle. Do you know the Gardner hype cycle? Okay. Basically, purple. Basically, okay, so this is time, and that is hype. New technology emerges, everybody gets excited, everybody gets despondent, it's a waste of time. Oh, okay, somebody else will try it. Oh, well, that's what you use it for. Okay? So we might be somewhere here. It's entirely possible we're here. You never really know until you've been through the whole cycle. It's a bit like housing. No, was that bad? Okay. The reason you see the Time magazine cover. Yeah, this is the fellow who invents the Oculus Rift. We'll talk about that in a moment, maybe. There's a whole meme subculture. He's riding on unicorns. He's fighting Vladimir Putin. It's all good. There's a reason for thinking that maybe this time we're actually here, and that's because the people with the real money are doubling down and investing in this. Facebook buys Oculus Rift so that you never have to leave the Facebook reality ever again. Google invests in Magic Leap. Nobody knows what Magic Leap does. They also release the Google Cardboard Viewer to sort of tweak the Oculus people a bit. And actually, this thing this thing is actually quite good. You remember your ViewMaster you had as a kid, right? Same general idea, stereoscopy. But I don't know if you saw, but YouTube now serves up 360-degree video. So there are cameras that you can buy that have this fisheye lens on both sides, and it is keeping a 360-degree video feed. And if you are watching one of these videos on YouTube, you just search for #360. When you click and drag in the video itself, you can see what else is going on. So the Crossrail project in London, digging the plague pits and so on there, they've been making 360-degree videos. Well, you can play those 360-degree videos in stereoscopic VR in Google Cardboard. Google has an API for it. And that right there, I don't play with this at all in my tutorials because I don't have a 360-degree camera, but that thing there will probably do more for archaeology in the sense of archaeological immersion than anything else I'm going to show you. So if you've tuned in from online, you can tune out now because that's... Right, talk about preempting yourself and shooting yourself in the foot. No, actually it connects, right? It's the experience, right? So the hardware problems are largely solved. There's a fantastic piece called Web Design, the First 100 Years. And the author of that talks about flying from the Soviet Union to America in the early 80s. And the way American airplanes are all finely tuned and wings are balanced with engines so that things don't fall off and they go faster and faster. Whereas the Soviet approach was just to keep slapping engines on. And they would do it at the tail because that could handle the most stress. They didn't have the ability to do all of the fine stress testing, right? It was good enough. And with our technology for digitally mediated augmented reality, I think we're at that good enough stage. So we can always keep building better and better and better these things. But the technology alone doesn't matter. And frankly, these people don't have the imagination. They don't have the archaeological eye. They don't have the historical imagination. They don't have the vision. Them's fighting words, and I'm probably going to get trolled awfully bad now on Twitter. But it's the experiences, okay? This is where we come into it. The human past is the killer app for augmented reality. I wish I had come up with that phrase myself. But it was Rob McDougall at the University of Western Ontario. Western, you can rebrand yourself all you want. You'll always be the University of Western Ontario to me. That was a joke for the people online. That means nothing to anybody else here, except Ethan, who's laughing. I'm sorry. Indulge me. The killer app, all right? Okay, that is a poorly designed slide. I apologize. An expertise in stamped bricks in Eastern Canada, so I reinvented myself as some kind of digital public historian. And the public history people are doing a lot of what Kevin Key has called East Coast AR. And the idea with East Coast AR is that it's geolocated. This is called the Rito Timescapes that was built by my colleague Jim Opp and Anthony Whitehead. And it depends on knowing where you are in physical space and delivering you some kind of content. In this case, historical photographs overlaid and aligned in space so that when you hold up your camera, you see, this is the Rideau Canal in Ottawa, which is a very pleasant park space now, but prior to the 50s was industrial train yards, right? So it gives you that kind of sense, this looking at historical, relying on bringing digital information that is relevant to this point here, okay? And this is a plug-in for Omica, I believe is how that works, the Cleveland Historical Society. Then there's MSU's Matrix own Mabira platform, which Ethan will talk about a little bit later. Okay, so that's kind of East Coast, as Kevin puts it, and of course that implies that there's a West Coast augmented reality, and that's more when you've got the stuff that Stu was doing, right? The three-dimensional models. If you hold your camera phone, your magic eye, and you look through it at your coffee cup, and the little fellow skis down the side of it, and you've got that kind of augmented reality. Archaeologists like typologies. I offer you East Coast and West Coast. So, nil novi sub sole, right? There's nothing new under the sun. I've suggested already that what we're doing is often quite different, maybe in degree and in just reading my notes to make sure I don't forget something. I mentioned Lascaux and Disneyland. The Romans were into augmented reality too, right? The way we teach Roman art history, though, completely undermines that fact. The second style Roman wall painting Pompeii, right? You look at it in an art history book and it's cropped and it's listed there, but this would be in a room with dim lighting, and you come in and maybe you're a little bit buzzy because you've had the latest Falernian and it's a wine, and you and you're in there and it's kind of hard to see, and if maybe you've got astigmatism in both eyes the way I do, and it's kind of dark, and you look and you see that, and it gives the impression of a space that projects onwards. And so in a way it's a statement of the power of the person in that room to control space, right? Augmented reality does carry political messages in it. There is a political economy to all of this stuff that we do digitally. And it matters in terms of reception who the person is doing it, right? I'm a middle-aged white guy. I can get away with a lot of stuff online that other people can't. You only have to look at what happened to pretty much any woman who has anything to do with video games, right? And that's something to keep in mind too, especially if you're working with students. You don't want to expose your students to danger. And that is a tangent that is not germane to the main thrust of what I was trying to say, but it's something I've been thinking about all week as we do digital work, that we need to be aware of that kind of aspect of things too. You ever get those flip books? You know, the acetate? You go, oh, those things are awesome too. That's augmented reality. Old school stereoscopes. My grandpa had one of these. I played with it as a kid. I loved it. When he passed away, my aunts threw it out. Yeah. There was a point. Oh well, it's lost. And no doubt you've encountered more examples yourself, right? I've never been to New York, but I'm told that if you go up the Empire State Building, there's like a railing with different buildings marked on it and distances and what they are. That's augmented reality. There's a plexiglass window that frames a particular view out onto a site, and that's augmented reality. All these things are augmented reality. The thing is, we were promised this, right? Phenomenal cosmic power, right? Lawnmower Man, an underrated film. But we got this, right? So the hype poisons things. This all goes back to what Ethan was talking about in terms of managing expectations. And it also means that a lot of this stuff is under-theorized. You have to have some kind of theoretical grounding for what it is you're doing, why you're doing it, and why you're augmenting one kind of thing and not something else. And I don't know why I can't get rid of the address bar anymore.
Click on the screen.
Click on the screen. Okay. Hello, miss. Oh, there you go. Where? F11. No, I tried that earlier. That didn't work. Anyways, doesn't matter. The thing is, We're all able-bodied in here, for the most part, right? There's, a lot of us are wearing glasses, but augmented reality privileges the visual, right? It already carries issues in terms of accessibility and access to digital material, and it's only going for one kind of, one sense. And because it privileges the visual, and it does it uncritically, it creates these breaks in presence. I really wish this bar would go away. Whoops. There we go. Breaks in presence, right? Our focus on the visual. You ever you're watching a movie, it's an okay movie, you're into it a bit, and then there's a scene with gratuitous CGI, and it's horrible CGI, and it doesn't work, and the green screen is off kilter and all the rest. It bumps you out, right? Visually, we are very good at determining and detecting and understanding when something doesn't work in our field of vision. It creates a break in presence. It ruins the experience. It knocks you out. There are more effective ways of having an augmented reality, right? Stu Eve has written a lot about the experience of augmented reality, and he's drawing a lot of inspiration from Husserl. I can never say these things properly. Who is phenomenology, right? But it's not kumbaya, wander through the forest and feel the experience and write down your senses. Husserl is looking at experience as a system of relationships, right? And if we are wandering through an archaeological landscape and we're thinking of it in terms of a series of relationships, then Turner's arc of intentionality gives us a framework for dealing with those relationships and for thinking through which aspects of those relationships are the ones for which augmented reality is a valid or useful tool. So if we're interested in movement across the landscape and we're dealing with something like Hadrian's Wall, which is all about impeding movement or controlling movement or funneling movement into certain places at certain times in certain directions, then an augmented reality application for exploring that doesn't have to worry about visual fidelity, right? The visual, the corporeal, doesn't matter. It's the prevention of sight or of movement. So it can just be a great big purple block across the landscape, and we don't get bumped out of the experience because the experience never advertised to us that it was going to push us back in time and let us see Hadrian's Wall the way it was. The application said, I'm going to stop you from moving or seeing certain things. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's augmented reality promises too much, delivers too little. And it does this because it's under-theorized. And you need some sort of framework, and this is one framework. There are other frameworks. Might not be the best framework, but it's the one I'm rolling with today. You use these frameworks to draw attention to those elements that make sense for the question that you are trying to ask. Augmented reality is a research tool. We think of it as only for outreach or for entertainment, but that's only because they haven't had a bunch of archaeologists trying to build it yet, right? So that's the task for all of you if this is something that you want to play with, is asking the question, what questions can this kind of technology, this kind of framework, what can they answer? How can they be useful for me? That's not to undermine or mitigate or denigrate or somehow suggest that outreach and communication are somehow lesser in a hierarchy of needs here. I'm just saying that we've done a lot of that we're starting to get a sense of how that works and under what circumstances that can work. The other side to what we do can be, we need to start looking at. And I think one aspect to augmented reality, full stop, right? So I was talking about visual, privileging the visual, and how that's really maybe not the best approach that we could be doing, is to look at sound, right? Sound isn't just something you hear. Sound is haptic. Sound hurts you. Hey! Sound startles you. Sound changes your emotional response. It requires constant attention. When all of you are speaking, if I'm not focused directly on the lips of the person who is speaking to me, I can't really hear that person. I really have to focus on them to drown everything out. And that fact of attentive listening also helps you slide over a lot of things that would otherwise cause a break in presence. And you can also screw with that. Okay, and if it works, I want to show you something. So I have a bunch of links here to different sound apps. Probably the most famous is Zombies Run. Anybody use that? Yeah, so you're jogging along, and then you start slowing down, and you hear the zombies behind you. Yeah, there's a whole game around it, right? Zombies scare the crap out of me. I can't watch zombie films. Zombies Run would make me run, right? Blindside is a game, sort of in the dark. The whole premise of the game is that there is no visual. It's all listening to audio cues. There's a couple of different things. This one here, historical friction. This was something that Stuart and I built once, and it's built on the work of Ed Summers, who's at the University of Maryland. And Ed created a little application that would find your location and then grab from Wikipedia all of the geolocated articles pertinent to within 500 meters of where you were. And it would show you a list, and it would tell you which ones were stubs and which ones were complete and so on. So there's this layer of digital knowledge about space overlaying us everywhere, right? So Stuart and I wondered what would happen see if this actually works. It's not working. Okay. Pretend, if you will. Oh. Can you hear that? This is a cacophony of digital voices all reading out over top of one another, shouting at you all of the digital information in this location, fighting for your attention. This would actually hurt, and it's designed to hurt. It's designed to make that break in presence. It's designed to make you go, holy cow, and pull your earbuds out and actually look at this place that is heavy with digital information, right? It makes it hard to move through physical space because of the digitality? Is that a word? The digitalness on this location. And I think it's kind of cool. Possibly not. Oops. There we go. And we go back up here. Okay. Is it only me who thinks that one was cool? Okay, well. I'm not going to click to play the video because I'm finding it difficult to manipulate the trackpad to do it in a seamless way. But right now at York in the UK, there's something going on called the Heritage Jam. And the idea of the Heritage Jam is that a group of people come together and they hack together some kind of digital experience on a particular theme in the same way a game jam will put together a game in 24 hours sort of thing. So that historical friction code is up on my GitHub account, And Colleen Morgan and Stuart and Alexis and a couple other people took that and instead looked at the York Cemetery. And you've got these monuments, and the monuments shout, right? The bigger the monument, the more important the person, and it overwhelms your visual perception. But there are places in the cemetery that have mass graves, and those people have no voice. So what they did to the code was they tied it to voices of actors reading out biographies of the dead. And so when you walk through the cemetery, you've got the great big monument, but it's just one voice talking. But when you step into the area of mass graves, the dead shout, they scream, they demand attention, they demand that you stop and look and recognize where you are. This is a fantastic use of augmented reality. So that's sort of a West Coast, East Coast mashup. Perhaps that's Midwestern archaeology, augmented reality, I don't know. This piece here is by Caitlin Fisher from York University in Canada, where she has a scrapbook with sketches, historic or old photographs, and there's something about it, and the application is this device for seeing through, right? Good uses of augmented reality have a story already for why you're holding up this device to look through it, right? Holding up the device has to feel natural, has to feel part of the experience. There's got to be a compelling reason why you're using this god-awful, awkward phone to do this in the first place, right? Does that make sense? Because otherwise it's just, gee whiz, look what I can do, right? And so when she does this, this story emerges from the text on the page, from the voices speaking, from the things that erupt into space, right? So the story, the experience emerges in a dialogue between the person calling the augmented reality, the code that reveals it, and the physicality of the object in the first place. When you create these augmented realities, you are stepping back and letting some of your authority as an expert disappear, right? Oral historians are used to the idea of shared authority. Digital historians, digital archaeologists have to get used to that idea too, because what people do with your stuff and how they understand it is always going to be one step removed, at least, and mediated through a non-human actor. Whoa, trippy. See what I'm saying? Okay. How am I doing for time, Ethan? Perfect. Okay, so a very brief tour, just to see what's happening. We're going to look at some uses of augmented reality in archaeological research and what people are doing. And then we'll look at some public stuff, and then we'll get to the WIFM. So I've already mentioned about Stu's stuff with with his augmented reality. The larger project that he was doing was to take the static top-down cartographic Western, north is at the top of the map, dots on a map, GIS, understanding of space, and to push it to the space that he was interested in this case Bodmin Moor, and put the Bronze Age roundhouses, the tin works, whatever, and audio in its space, so spatialized audio, to investigate how the landscape worked, how it was an effective landscape, how it was a lived landscape. And so when he holds his magic tablet up, and he's standing inside what the GIS says is a roundhouse, well, there's wall, can't see. Oh, here's the door. And suddenly he can hear things coming through the door, and he can also see. And so he's seeing, you're familiar with viewshed analysis and GIS. Well, he's finding in Bodmin Moor, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting his research findings, but it's not just the visual, but it's also the oral and how those things interconnect that go a long way to explaining how this landscape works. The embodied GIS, I think, if I had to, lay real Canadian dollars down, so about 50 cents.
Yay, 75.
Yay! If I had to bet, I would say this is the sort of thing that's going to make the biggest impact in augmented reality, because we're already pretty comfortable with what GIS does. And we are pretty comfortable with the idea of taking those maps into the landscape going, where the hell am I? This is a natural extension to the kind of thing we've always done. And Stu's working at the site of the Battle of Waterloo at the moment, doing similar things again. And so keep your eyes firm on LP Archaeology in the UK, because they are doing a lot of the leading stuff in this kind of thing. I so wanted to be able to come here and say to you, okay, this is how you do embodied GIS. Flip the switch, boom, we'd all have it. The technology behind it is a combination of the Vuforia SDK, which is what is in my demo that we'll look at later, and a bunch of custom scripts for finding where you are in space and so on. So it's a little bit beyond, well, it's certainly beyond me at the moment. I kind of can futz it together, but it will get better. It will get more of a package. Stu, you have to package this. Okay.
He's watching.
Yes, he is.
Good, good.
He's commenting.
I hope I haven't misrepresented you. I'll buy you a beer. Rachel Opitz and the people at Digital Gabby, they are doing really cool things with, we're smearing along the continuum here. Maybe this is more VR than AR, but it doesn't matter. They're taking 3D photogrammetric records of the excavation. They're tying it to their excavation database, and they're making it possible for you, as you query this database, to actually explore the physicality of that space. In this case, using the Unity engine. And one of the tutorials I have is about using Unity and about getting GIS data or 3D model data into it. So you'll be able to do this kind of thing too. And what's really exciting about Digital Gabby is that one of the things that they are doing, it's built into their research design, is to figure out ways in which augmented reality moves their research forward. How do you publish these things? How do you convince people of the scholarliness of it? What does it have to include for that to happen? Right? So it's quite exciting stuff. Roosevelt and Cobb and Moss and Olson, I apologize for the coding snafu there. Right? Come on. Sorry. There. Excavation is digitization. They're doing a similar thing with creating these really high-resolution 3D models in the field. They have a whole workflow. They're in a remote location. They have a full workflow for recording this material, getting it to the people who are studying it, getting it out of the field and onto servers. And they're using a combination of the PhotoScan software from Agisoft and, what's the other thing? Cloud Compare, right, to make each context its own self-contained little puzzle, right? I got small kids. They've got these puzzles that fit together, click, 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 and if you've done it right, it becomes this seamless whole, this 3D puzzle. Same idea with the context, in this case, a granary, right? So by doing that, they're approaching some of the same questions that Opitz and her team are approaching. Slightly different perspective, another workflow that works. The proof is in the pudding. It's a phrase I've never really understood, but I'll take it to understand this time that this kind of thing, it's in the sharing of this data that we'll see whether or not this is a really good way of doing it. Like if Open Context can keep 3D OBJ files, and I can go there and I can reuse it, and I can say, well, what if it fits together this way? How does that change our perspective? Then I think we'll see the ultimate, not the ultimate, but a further advance in all of this, right? We might be at this point. This is the Gardner cycle again. We're starting to work through a lot of these problems. I'm into the 3D photogrammetry section of the talk quite inadvertently, but there's an archaeology, and I hate the phrase media archaeology because I always feel Foucault doesn't understand archaeology, but that's neither here nor there, where there is so much archaeological material online anyway. And there are projects out there that are grabbing images from a wide variety of sources and using the magic of 3D photogrammetry to stitch them all together. And in this case, of course, with the way the world is today, trying to recapture that which has been lost. And this is an embed from Sketchfab, which is a service for sharing 3D models, for annotating them, for embedding them in live presentations. I could click on this and then we would get the model and whatever, but it is a truth universally acknowledged that any digital demonstration that is doing live will fail. So I won't press the button. But if you've got it on your own machine, press it and see what happens. And incidentally, Sketchfab works with this. You simply go to the unique URL for that model, add/embed Oculus 2, right, the second SDK. And this is in the tutorials, so don't worry. Add that to the URL. It will generate a stereoscopic version of the 3D model, so the digital 3D model appears in 3D space in front of your eyes. Oh, what glorious age, right? Well, this is pretty cool. This is the kind of stuff that has to happen. Sketchfab has an API for grabbing all of this stuff and putting it into your own applications as well. And I've found them to be really approachable when things don't work. They've got a lot of really good tutorials and supports and how-tos on there. The mix and match web, bricolage, collage. You don't have to build it all yourself necessarily, but if you're using somebody else's service, you have to understand what the terms of service are, what you can do, and who owns what when you start using it, which has been a theme amongst many speakers here this week. And micropaths, I won't say another word about it because Diana's going to talk about it later. And, augmented reality for the public. And yeah, they do smear these categories. And they smear because of the nature of digital work. If you're going to use any of these tools that are mediated in one form or the other through the internet, at some point it becomes public. The strong version of this is all digital work is public work. And, there are lots of really cool projects. We've touched on a lot of them already, but there's more. There's this one whose name escapes me at the moment because I didn't put it on the slide, but there's the URL for it. But this is the fellow, the team, rather, working in Cappadocia and laser scanning the inside of these delicate places to create, they're going to 3D print this stuff. And so your augmented reality is no longer mediated by this thing, but actually you walk into it. The Museum of History in Gatineau, Ottawa-Gatineau, formerly the Museum of Civilization, used to have this, when it opened in the 80s, it was criticized for Disneyfying Canadian history. I think that was the best thing that could have happened, right? And it had this series of rooms that you walked through that took you through the shining path, it's an unfortunate phrase, of Canadian history from not so much First Nations, but the Vikings to so on and so forth. And you walk through all of these spaces and these reconstructions, a grain elevator from the west, a Ukrainian chapel from Winnipeg, all these different elements from different. I'm kind of rambling now. You get what I'm talking about, so I'll stop. It's kind of hard to see what's happening here, but in my teaching, one of the things that we've been doing with video games or social media or linked open data or whatever digital thing you're doing, the most powerful experience sometimes is not in coming to it as a user when it's already finished, but in being the person who built the bloody thing in the first place. So I've had students go, and in this case, working with the Canadian Science and Technology Museum, hey Sean, Sean Tudor, the curator, and getting them to create 3D models so that this process of 3D model building forces the student to look at the object in a way they haven't before, to think about how you present that and consume it, right? So they were working with the archive of Air Canada's flight attendant uniforms from the 40s to the 80s. And how do you exhibit that? Especially how do you exhibit that for a museum that's closed down because the roof is collapsing? And it's going to be a couple years before it opens up again, right? So the students created an in-flight magazine circa 1967, which they then augmented with, this is a groundsman's ground crew uniform and different things. And this screenshot actually is Alison Smith telling the folks from the Museum of Science and Technology how the book works, why it works, what they were trying to do, what they were trying to accomplish. And CSTM is going to be doing a lot more augmented reality stuff, and I'd like to think that that's partly because of the work that this class did. You can get the book for yourself. You can read the student essays about how they worked with this material here. Pop-up books are often a great introduction to what augmented reality can be because we're already familiar with that kind of thing in paper. Adding the augmentation to it feels like a natural progression. Is this making sense? Okay. Does it get you excited? It should. It's friggin' cool. And museums. This is an image quilt of just a straight up image search for augmented reality museums. And there are so many fantastic things that are happening. With the SDK that I show you in the workshop, you can augment three-dimensional objects. You can add digital material to the three-dimensional thing, which is really cool. So museums are often at the forefront of all this kind of work. Slavery at Monticello. They're using beacons. Okay, this is slightly different tech. Instead of your phone or your device triangulating where it is, these little RFID chips and so on are kind of pinging the local 5-10 meters so that when you walk through an area, ping, oh, what's here? And the information is developed. It's just another way, it's a way of maintaining granular control on your site. Terry?
I just wanted to add about this project, because these are our neighbors, but one of the things I really love about this project too is it's metaphorical also. Because it's talking about the enslaved landscape, which is the hidden landscape.
Yeah.
So to have it be that it sort of pops up and
It's
tells
grabbing.
you, and it's not just out there on a big sign, and that it's hidden. There's a metaphorical element to this.
There's a kind of
Really
agency
fun.
happening.
So
Yeah.
it's a really neat project.
Yeah.
Very good.
Again, I'll show you a bunch of different tech, but there are lots of different ways of achieving powerful, affective responses. The AR sand table. You can watch this link later, but remember Kinects? Xbox Kinect? For a while, that was the thing, and you just absolutely had to buy it. And yeah. It reads depth information. And what we have here, you've got your big sand table. You position a Kinect on top, above that, with a projector. So the Kinect is reading the depth information on the sand table. The projector is changing what gets projected on it. So you make a big pile of sand, the Kinect reads this as the summit, the projector projects the color green on the summits. And it's a really, another really cool way of doing a kind of augmented reality. Bill Turco at the University of Western Ontario teaches a class on exhibit design for public historians, which frequently makes use of all these kinds of devices and Arduino boards and little microcomputing that's available. One of his students created an exhibit related to emigration to Canada. and it was a suitcase with a little display screen in it and a series of passports. And if you opened up the passport from Italy, the suitcase would recognize that and play you the stories related to the Italian immigration experience. You picked up the passport related to South Africa, give you different. So there are lots of ways of being playful. I'm in no way trying to tell you how to do augmented reality or what should be done, just to make it apparent that there's so much out there that we could be doing, and that the barriers for entry into this are getting lower all the time. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to it's more of an observation because what my gears are turning. I don't know that I'll ever do any of this, but it would be great to have our students doing this. And to think about the kinds of training that our students need to have, the kind of background. You know, I'd like to see a conversation here at some point about what kinds of things should we be pushing our students to engage in terms of coursework and so on that would equip them to take advantage of.
Absolutely. What kinds of things do we need to be teaching our students in order to do all this stuff? And I think that same question is true if we swap student out and put in the general public, right? Because that's, we receive so much digital stuff and we're expected to be happy with it and we're expected to take it the way it's given to us. The process of building teaches that these things can be other than they are, that they break in interesting ways, and that how they break tells us very important lessons about the way our world is working, right? If you're a woman who builds a video game, the world breaks spectacularly badly. Did that make sense? Yeah. I like this particular one, Ghosts in the Garden. They have this kind of steampunk device that's actually got I don't know whether it's a smartphone or what it is, but a little wee computer in it that as you take it around the garden of this stately home, different voices come up and it starts telling you a story. And the challenge for you is to stitch together what the real story is of this place from these different fragments. So, you know, the augmented reality can teach us method as much as anything. And this is, I'll show you, this is a screenshot from Twine, and during the workshop period I'll talk more about Twine, but it's a in-browser editor for creating interactive experiences, primarily text, but because it's the final product is a single web page, you can embed sound files, 3D files, lots of different things. And one of the things that I'll show you is that you can make these passages appear not because somebody has clicked on the link, but because they've moved physically in space. So it becomes a low friction way of creating a prototype for a much more complicated augmented reality. Remember what Ethan says about managing expectations? Well, if you sit down with professional coders and you've got a working prototype that communicates that sense that you're trying to communicate that sense you're trying to communicate. It saves time, moves you forward. This itself can be really quite effective, and I invite you to look up Tara Copplestone, a PhD student at York and Airhouse, who last year for the Heritage Gem created a work of ergodic literature called Buried, using this. Ergodic, coming from the word for work, for labor, it takes work to make sense of her Choose Your Own Adventure. You remember Choose Your Own Adventure books? Yes. Turn to 39 if you rob the bank. Yes. You have been shot. You know, like that sort of thing. That is the core kind of functionality that exists here, but it can be hacked in spectacular and wonderful ways. And there's a game development company in Nunavut, in Iqaluit, the main city in Nunavut, that has used Twine to create a story called Flows Beneath, which is about a particular Inuit legend and about the way the Inuit view interactions with white people. You know, like it gives you the opportunity to see that culture through very different eyes. And it's generated with this. This Twine is leads a renaissance in indie gaming, in gaming for people who don't traditionally have a voice in video game development. And for all of us, this is something that needs to be in the toolkit for teaching, for reaching out, for building rapid prototypes, for building standalone applications which are just awesome. Tara Copplestone. So I asked on Twitter, you'll be pleased to know I'm kind of winding up here, what do archaeologists actually want? Not a film starring Mel Gibson. No, okay, it was a bad joke. I asked, and I got answers. Lorna says she wants these big viewers that you can see the AR reconstruction in 3D against in situ ruins. We get this to a small degree in museums already when you find an iPad that's locked to a particular stand. Pompeiana 79, is that Eric or is that Sophie? Yeah. That's Eric Poehler. He'd like to do 3D prints of objects, of artifacts, and then augment those with the scholarly knowledge. Sarah Bond, she wants it to help teach in field work. Zenobi, she's talking about phenomenology in a Stu Eve sense. So there's lots of different ideas. Brenna and Caitlin. Caitlin is a public historian working for the city of Toronto. Pre-development, right? We're going to build a baseball stadium, and this is what it's going to look like, and it's going to be wonderful, it's going to be awesome, but what is it, at what cost, right? So maybe augmented reality can do that. Brenna, talking about outreach and site tours. So, what's in it for you? I don't know what's in it for you. I know what's in it for me. Primarily, it's in my teaching, right? So I can't convince Shirk. I'm looking at you. I write these grants for augmented reality applications, and I wonder if the trough of despond is where the people who read my applications are sitting. Because there's fashions in digital work. If you write a grant for some kind of digital thing and you are at the wrong point in the hype cycle, it just ain't going to happen. There's research potential. There are questions that AR can possibly answer or can make it even feasible to ask, right? Trevor Owens, who edits Play the Past, and he's the digital archivist?
Program officer at the IMLS now.
Yeah. Has this blog post called Justification and Deformation Are Different, right? The point of digital tools is that we stretch things with it to look at it in new ways and see things that we couldn't possibly see before. And that's what a digital archaeology or a digital humanities is about. Whereas when we use computing power to justify the story we are trying to tell about the past with a P level of 0.05, well, that's archaeological computing or humanities computing, right? So when we labels matter, and when we call it digital archaeology, we're worried about the political economy of what we're doing. We're worried about the effective and recursive effects of this stuff, and we're worried about the power in it, and we're worried about all these different things. So there's a lot of research potential, and I would suggest it's more in that deformation side of the equation. It's not to say that one is better than the other, it's just that they are different. And when we're doing digital work, we have to think about what is driving our digital work. Is it deformation? Is it justification? Because they are different things, they have different audiences, they require different language. And that's the rhetorical and the tactical impact. And there's also the problem of publishing. Dead trees do not make good augmented reality. I printed out the diary, it comes from Penn State Libraries, of a traveler to Egypt in 1874, and I tried augmenting that because I figured handwriting would make a great tracking image. It does not. I had to put artificial coffee stains or blood stains on the page before the technology could recognize it. Dead trees don't make good augmented reality. You've got a 3D model, you can put a screenshot in there. That kind of obviates the whole purpose of the exercise, right? Internet archaeology, fantastic people, Judith Winters, people running that, can publish your 3D archaeology. Rachel Opitz is working on the problem. Lots of people are working on it. So there's that. But for what it's worth, my money's on games, right? If we want our colleagues to understand, if we want publishing to understand, then some of the infrastructure that surrounds the game industry might be a model worth looking at, not just for how it gets materials out into the world and for how it establishes authority and how it does peer review. So there is a kind of peer review. It's in the fact that new media forms develop tropes, right? Television comes along and the archaeologist on TV is not anybody we would recognize because there are particular tropes for communicating shorthand ideas. Those don't exist yet in augmented reality, but if we're not the ones developing them, they're going to come out of the game world and they're just going to be the same old sloppy tropes from television ported into the existing world, right? There's a blog post on Medium by a blogger who was imprisoned in Iran for blogging, and when he comes back out and he looks at the landscape of social media, it is not the kind of world that he saw when he was put into prison in 2006. He says it's more like television. And that should frighten us. We have this thing where we could do almost anything and we went and bloody well did television. That's what Oculus Rift might become with Facebook involved, right? It wants you to stay in, it wants you to see certain kinds of things. So the public is going to learn to read augmented reality and its tropes through games. I'm not saying we need to be building games. I'm just saying we got to get out in front. We got to think about what the tropes of archaeology, augmented reality archaeology might in fact be. I think you can write a scholarly argument through a game, through the procedural rhetoric, right? Not in the representation, not in the fancy graphics, but in what the game actually enables you or prevents you from doing, right? This is an argument at the level of code. And it works best when the mechanics and the metaphors are in alignment. And for more of this sort of thing, just go on Twitter, follow Archaeogaming as a hashtag. And there's a really strong conversation that happens around that. Read things like Play the Past. Keep an eye on what Andrew Reinhardt's up to. That guy does all sorts of stuff. Watch Tara Copplestone. Watch the people at York. York, UK, York, Canada. If you see York, watch it. There's lots of stuff going. Watch that guy at Carleton University. I hear great things about him. But not gamified, okay? Gamification is bullshit. Gamification comes out of the desire to change behaviors in order to make more money. I'm in favor of making more money. I would like to have more money. We should all have more money. But gamification is a kind of shell game. It's A/B testing with your soul. Just don't do it. And if you see somebody conflating gamification with game-based learning, tell them that it's different, that they are two different things. One is about game-based learning is about recognizing how we learn through playing with stuff, with frigging with stuff, with trying stuff out, with breaking things, with failing gloriously in public. Gamification is your rewards card, and it's a mugs game. See what I did there? No? Okay. Whoa. Future archaeology is awesome, right? Here, I don't know why it keeps doing this. Whoa! There we go. There, you can see this guy now, right?
And you got rid of the top too.
Yeah, this white guy with a bow tie. right? The future is awesome for white middle-aged dudes tenured at a university. It's a discussion that that should be happening here. Truth. This is just, you develop these digital workflows, you get your augmented reality working. Somebody will buy the damn company whose SDK you are using and shut it down. The programmers will come up with a new SDK which breaks the old SDK. And for every step in your process, when one piece gets updated, it will break at least 5 others. I complained about this on Twitter one day, and Trent Tucker, who's an economist at the University of Guelph, rewrote what I said in set theory, which is kind of awesome. Makes me feel like what I do is science. Anyway, so this is...
I hope you put that in your tenure package.
Oh, tenure was last year.
I know.
Oh, this was just last week. Yeah. Augmented archaeology. The future is now. You've already been doing it. It's just we've got another tool in the toolkit. And why don't we take a break, go get a coffee, and then after the break, we can start trying to build something. We can just start playing. Thanks.
All right, so let's take a 15-minute break. People stretch your legs, come back here at 10:15, and as Sean says,
is going to be dedicated to some hands-on stuff that Sean will lead, and Sean will show you some very low friction, low barrier to entry to AR. I would also like to remind you that all of his tutorials, 3 of them, are there 3?
There's 6.
There's 6.
With supplementary materials.
Are up on GitHub for you guys to do, and we're not doing them necessarily because they're a little more time intensive than we necessarily have here, but it's all there. It's all open for you guys to experiment. And also, so for those of you who didn't see, you can take a look at sort of one of the AR experiments we've got going on over there. So, and we're gonna try to get people out again for lunch a little bit early. And again, there will be lots of opportunity after lunch to do stuff. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean, and he will take the reins until we all sort of run off for lunch.
Okay. Yeehaw! Taking the reins? No? Okay. So in the package, in the repository, the initial README file is actually a table of contents to guide you through the variety of materials. I have an introductory section that talks about more of the landscape of different tools that are out there and some of the issues to think about. The 3 main tutorials, which are in reverse order, the first one is hard. The second one is kind of okay, yeah, sort of. The last one is just making 3D models with 123D Catch. That's kind of an easy, gentle introduction to 3D modeling, because often what we want to augment stuff with are 3D models. If you've ever seen those heads-up displays with the compass sort of thing that tells you such and such a thing is just down the way here, you can make that with an old package called Mixar, which is still alive. If you want to turn your augmented reality into stereoscopic for cardboard or Rift or whatever the next thing is, it's actually quite comparatively easy to do once you've gone through this. And then if you want to do some really good photogrammetry, there's a package called Visual Structure for Motion, which is a misery to install and work with yourself. But Ryan Bowman of the Duke Classics department, I think, created what's called a container that has all of the bits and pieces already ready to go. So running this thing involves setting up a virtual machine inside your computer that grabs a container and runs like a little purpose-built computer for doing 3D photogrammetry. And in fact, if you've got drone footage, you can take individual slices or stills from that footage and use that to build models. So that's what that one does. And then, but wait, there's more. If you go all the way down, I've also got a couple of blog posts about putting historical maps or GIS maps into Minecraft or into a 3D video game sort of thing. So there's a lot of material here. And I'm not going to take you step by step through all of it, because that way madness lies. Rather, just read through the different things, find the stuff that you're particularly interested in. I think I've covered all the bases and there are no hidden gotchas, so the tutorial should work, but I'm always just a tweet away to find and fix and talk you through any particular problems. So rather than go into these tutorials right now, I realized yesterday, Ethan and I were chatting, that there's actually a step before this that we should maybe spend time working on, and that's figuring out what the hang you want to do in the first place. Prototyping. And in video games, this often takes place on paper. You cut out little cards and you've got little figurines, and you work out all of the conceptual issues first, so that when you go to sit down and find the right bit of code that will do what it is you want to do, you know what it is you want it to do, right? You don't waste your time going down blind alleys. So what I thought we could do this morning is use Twine as a kind of paper prototyping platform. Perfect. Proper prior planning prevents pretty poor performance. 7 Ps. So if you go back to all of the different stuff I've put together for you, there's this file here called Prototyping with Twine. So let's all just go to that right now. I love Twine. I teach a class called, it's History 3812A at Carleton University, Video Games and Simulations for Historians. And students come to that thinking it's going to be sort of fanboy approach to video games, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Rather, the question is, how do we write good history through video games? And so each week they have a challenge that they have to meet. So there are no essays, rather they use this Twine platform to try and do different things. I wanted them to try and emulate Space Invaders using Twine. Okay, so imagine a flip book, choose your own adventure to do Space Invaders. First, what's Space Invaders? Second, the point of the exercise was that I expected them to fail, that the platform matters, that there are some things you can do on some platforms that you can't do on others, and you have to think about the mechanics and what that implies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Allison made Space Invaders in Twine. She hand-coded each frame of the animation and put it as a separate passage in Twine, and it worked. So, first of all, okay, so have this up, an exercise in prototyping, and then we'll go to, oh, I have it up twice. Good for me. Twine lives at twinery.org. Okay? Twine is this tool for telling interactive stories. You read a passage of text, and there will be 2 or 3 highlighted phrases that you click on, and that takes you to a new passage of text. That's the sole interaction that lives here. Under the hood, this is really just a kind of a wiki. But what it does is when you build a Twine game, you end up with a single HTML page. And that HTML page can then be served to the world from GH Pages, or a public Dropbox, or on your server. It is very light. Okay, this is one of the reasons I call this, this is sort of a low friction thing, because it doesn't require downloading special packages or viewers or any of that other stuff. And because at its core it's HTML, you can do all your regular JavaScript, all of your regular styling, you can embed things, you can add audio files, you can do all sorts of stuff. And there have been really powerful experiences crafted with Twine. One of the most famous is Depression Quest by Zoe Quinn, that touched off a whole storm of trouble because it didn't look like a game to the game people. But that's another whole discussion I don't want to get into. I just wanted to say that it's accessible, it's useful, it's powerful, and we're going to use it to prototype stuff. So when you go to Twine, it says download 2.0.8, da-da-da-da-da. You don't need to do that. You can run it in your browser. And it's pretty straightforward. Let's build, you hit hit the plus button for a new story. We will call it tutorial thing. You get this blueprint, and you're presented with this blank passage. You give it a title. Well, you double click on it to edit. So let's do that. Okay. I'll call this start so I know what I'm doing here. Start. Okay. Okay, so I'll delete this text. Well, that's new. I didn't know it did that. I deleted that standard template text, and it gives us a whole bunch of information just to let us know. That's quite happy. So here's my story. Once upon a time, there was a happy cow. Tip the cow. Leave it alone. So what I've done, here's my text, my two options, and because I put them in the square brackets, Twine recognizes that these options are actually to lead to more passages. So I'll close this now. And I now have two passages with more text. And you quickly can generate a whole story from that. And when you are done, I can't, whoops. Come on. Double. When you click the name of it down here, when you're done, you can change the JavaScript, the style sheet, story formats. You don't need to worry about that right now. That's something you can look up later. Statistics, that'll give you word counts and that sort of thing. Publish it to file will generate the HTML page. Over here on the right, there's a little green play button. I can't see it on the screen here, but if you mouse over a passage, this is to debug if there's any special code in it, and this is to set it as start. I wonder if I can, I forget, can I play?
Yeah.
No, wrong button. Okay. So this is a rapid play. In less than 2 minutes, I have gone from thinking about my interactive experience to an interactive experience that works. Much applause, crowds cheering, balloons. Right? So I tip the cow. Nothing happens because I haven't put any text in it. Incidentally, you can't tip cows, that's a myth. I grew up on a farm. Okay, so that's what, at its core, that is what Twine does. You can add audio, you can do all sorts of things. And one of the best ways to find out what you can do with Twine is to actually play some of the games. So this is the game Beneath Flows. Whoops. So now the game is loading. It takes a little while because, like I said, it's a single. Let's imagine that something's happening. So there's the, you can hear the music starting to play. And it's the story of the cow. Of course, the screen is all off because I haven't centered it. And there's this beautiful artwork, atmospheric sounds. I mean, if you want to just play Beneath Flows right now, then just do that. It is, you will be well rewarded for getting a sense of what this can do. So, okay, let me tell you a story. This is a story about you, but these are not your experiences. Still, let's start small. Do you prefer a white moon? Like all these different choices, text that appears, disappears. It is really moving, this experience. But this isn't what our tutorial is about. This is just to show you one tremendously well done experience. Okay, so I'm gonna turn Beneath Flows off, and I'm going to assign you homework. Play Beneath Flows. Right? No, so you can also, the nice thing about Twine is that it lets you do this rapid building. And so for your augmented reality or how you might want to use those different things, it's a great way for planning out, okay, what will the person see? What will they do? What will their choices be? How will it all go? And that's what we're going to do here. So on your table, as a group of 4 or as a pair or as an individual or whatever floats your boat, fire up Twine and just start making passages about how you think an experience could go. Make a simulation of an augmented reality experience through this particular medium. Does that make sense? And I suggest there's a couple of framing questions, and this comes from the pedagogical literature on instructional design and that sort of thing, right? You have two major questions. It's backwards design, right? What is the ultimate end goal that you want your person to have? Okay, you get to that end goal. What has to happen immediately before that end goal to get there? What has to happen to that? How do you know if a person has successfully had the experience that you want them to have, right? So these are the kinds of questions that you have to ask. What are the goals? The broad thing. Why are you doing this? Is it your organization? What do they want to do? Is it your research? Is it a question that you want to have? So what are the objectives? What are the things that can be measured? Okay? For us, this kind of thing is, in the pedagogical literature, this is framed for the administrivia of being a teacher, of being in the administration. But for us, it helps us know what kinds of things we need to actually encode and what kinds of interactions, what kinds of variables. Like, do you want your thing to count the number of times a person has gone to a particular place and do something different if they arrive there the first time versus the fourth time, right? So things that can be counted. And what are the things that do the measuring? Why you're measuring ties into what the story is. And I found in my video games class that asking students what the story is leads to all these whiz-bang wonderful things. It's going to be like, it's going to be a first-person shooter, and it's going to be in Verdun, and there's going to be aliens, and you're going to be able to see everything, and it's going to be, and it becomes mission creep, feature creep, managing expectations. The thing that worked best with my students, and I suggested probably will work here, is I made them tweet it to me. They had one tweet to tell me what their project was. One tweet to do it. Risk, capture the world. Monopoly, beggar my opponents. Snakes and ladders, get to the top, right? Very simple. So if you can sum it up in 140 characters, then that will always be uppermost in your mind. You can build out from that, but you got to do it small. Describe the interaction with the tech. Describe the flow of the interaction. Describe what it feels like to do this interaction. Describe what it's going to be, right? These are just questions you don't have to answer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are meant to frame your thinking. These are meant to get you going, to think about what it's going to do. And then just do a mock-up in Twine. Just have your first page be the first interaction. What does the person see? What are their options? What does it feel like? Okay? To get a sense of how this actually works in the actual video game industry, people do use Twine to plot out their games. This link and this link will give you examples of people who are doing it and show you how they approach this question. But yeah, let's have fun. Let's build something. Let's have something that actually works by the end of this period. Does it have to be complete? Of course not. But wouldn't it be nice to actually have something built before lunch?
How do we've got some text in here. How do we get images or movies or sound?
Okay. The internet is our friend. How to embed images in Twine. Adding images to Twine 2. Basically, you're making a hyperlink, and it's just a matter of finding the exact right syntax that Twine uses. There is a there are videos. Here's a Twine tweet sheet. Let's see what this one says. This particular one here, Anti-Pixelante, how to make games with Twine. she's talking here about a slightly earlier version of twine, but all of the same principles apply. So you don't necessarily have to have images for today. You can even just describe what the image might be. But if you want to. So in my head, I imagined a lot of happy chatter and talking and noise happening right now. Really, this is just something you are meant to screw around with. Christine. Oh, okay. Oh, you're ready. Okay, go.
You could do it either way.
I'd like to do this.
Oh, really?
I need to watch.
Trying to think of.
Well, this now is
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's basically a repository of information, or hopefully that would be useful. I don't want to figure out.
Really nothing different, but it's really more than deaths or something.
right. I guess I have to talk about the applications, and I don't know that much from. How we do it. What do you think?
Do a digital portrait, right?
I mean, this is what they asked for. So I would like for our to be able to fly across the Cherokee landscape right now.
Why don't we do yours?
That sounds easy. Well, I mean, in terms of the game, that's more game-like. Oh, yeah, definitely. No, that's idea, so it's non-linear, because that's the problem, is that linear.
Okay, so if you want to add an image into an actual passage, you actually just do straight up ordinary HTML. Twine will recognize that that's HTML and not show it as text. It'll go out and grab the image. So that should work. There was a question. Yeah, that can be done. It can be done in JavaScript. It can be done with variables. Really, the best way to figure out how to do it is the Twine Wiki or the forum. And sometimes I just post questions to the forum saying, look, this is what I have in mind. What would people suggest as the best way to go about it?
Is there perhaps there's already
If there's a YouTube video or a 3D model and it comes with an embed code, you can just grab that embed code, put it in a passage, and it'll work.
somebody's already made something. I mean, you know, first off, to try to do something for 1,600 means that you're going to have to do an image. So in reality, you're going to have to get somebody to actually say where to because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm wondering, how much. So that's where the. No, I need to think about this, how it goes together. I mean, I don't feel like I have some grasp. But it seems like I should be able to do it with historic maps, photographs, 3D imaging of the archaeology. I mean, I have bits and pieces of all that data. I just don't know.
Other representations maybe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So where do you want it to be flying over? Obviously,
Oh,
that's a large area.
Yeah. So it's this area that's eventually known as the Middle Town.
Could we work on a 20-story collaborative?
Middletown region landscape shot, not moving, it's the very start. So,
Well,
aerial piece work by the
you could but it would have to be asynchronously.
It would have to be.
Asynchronously, you couldn't both be collab on the same file at the same time.
So we can't, the four of us can't sit around and one into one thing and the other.
Well, what you could do is divide it into 4 parts, and then actually have like a link to seanstory.html, and it would call to that.
Right, but then you would essentially have four.
4 separate stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, to do it collaboratively, I mean, if you were working on the desktop version of Twine, and then saving your HTML, generating your HTML file, saving it to Dropbox, emailing your collaborator saying, okay, it's your turn. Yeah, there's no real-time collaboration on it. No, that said, there's probably a way of figuring out how to do that.
Right, so
Yeah.
who are you to
Teacher?
Yeah.
What event do you
So,
want, you know, what
in the
problem?
previous game, which I played before, you're able to index.
So we're starting with a square, but
To get different options, but when I'm working with it right now, it's only creating one
what do you
box.
want to explore? Saying what do you want to explore and scroll down the first paragraph. So you have to say something like, who are you? And then make a link, link to options.
Who are you is actually a really loaded question.
Yeah, exactly.
So it would be more like, well, where do you want to explore, and then give them.
So those macros, you can.
I was thinking about being like, I am an Elstra, I'm someone from this land. No, I know that that's not the right way to say it, but I'm trying to figure out like, which one I get.
Sure. It's not even a pathway, can't use the terms. No identity. Where would you like to explore?
Okay, all right.
Here are some places to explore. I mean, some way.
Rather than make this,
Yeah.
I could do. What are they saying right now? Here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah, and then go into that.
Yeah. So there's an overview shot that zooms into a person. Okay, and then here we are. I mean, obviously, some identification, locations, an introduction, maybe introduction passage of where you are.
Yeah, so
I want to be situated.
So the first tile is the overview thing, and then the next tile is zooming into the person and prompting.
Right, and the introduction could be, is there a historical figure that comes out from that?
So if you want to embed YouTube or images or Sketchfab 3D models, just the actual embed code that comes from YouTube or from Sketchfab, you just copy all of that, slap it into a passage, and Twine will recognize it as a call to something else.
No, he recorded,
Yes.
he recorded places, so that's why it has to all be geographic.
Do you have any idea what the dress would have been like?
No, that's not a problem. I mean, we know much later, and there are.
Because obviously, if you're going to zoom into a person, you have to be dressed.
No, I don't think it should go into a person. I think it should go into places.
So
The
just,
whole
so
idea
is
is,
just to keep it as a place.
yeah, to keep it as.
But I still think you have to situate. Here you are at Medlock.
So just a village where?
Well, what I want to do is, this is the Cherokee heartland
And
in
that's your,
1600.
right, that's your introduction.
Yeah.
Here you are.
So you just want a landscape?
I just want a landscape, and then I want them to be able and to understand what this is. And that's what we can build on. We can have sort of town level information. This place was known for.
Well, and you can do two things, but see, I like the idea that you're going into something that you're this is the 16th century landscape. And then I also like to put some you can either click on options, like a legend, or you can click on places on your map, or your over panorama view. And I think we need to account for different pathways. Because those are two different pathways.
I have a complication.
Okay.
Which is, different. Right, so you should have the option somewhere in here, maybe at the beginning or whatever, when it prompts you to go where you wanna go. You should be able to, you just work now, but I assume that there are places and things like that aren't added. And so, if they're possible or appropriate, certain ones that are more public might be.
Okay, so you didn't.
To identify things that are left out, but that would be an important layer to add. But it would be nice to look at it without anything. Yeah, and then look at now.
Could you just have it as a button on the side, as sort of a more information? You could have the historic maps that you know about that, from the 16th century, or even if they're hand-drawn. What are you using to base your ideas on?
I don't know. There's some weird techniques. What are you attempting to do? Right? We're all excited for you.
You don't have any historic maps, do you?
Yeah.
You do? No. From the 16th century? But then, yeah.
And the images are coming up.
So are you trying to try, what's your purpose?
The purpose is, the larger purpose
Yes, I put an image
As
on
you
the
experience
site,
it,
and it went into Never Never Land. I
places
did
like
what I
Robbinsville and current road systems and all of that, to peel that apart. And that you can go in and see the roads, know what the food is, know what these places' names were, so the evidence we have for it. And so to re-enliven yeah.
For multiple audiences?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay.
Oh,
And Cherokee and
a kid wants to be able to
But I have the thing where you can dip the cow.
We started with a map.
So you dip the cow.
We didn't, you don't zoom in and then you go back beside
Right.
where
You get
Right.
you know.
So, I mean, you can
have a question like that.
The irony.
It's true. And that will bring you a spot that would.
And then repaint your image.
So one resource.
Get rid of everything from this X to the reaching into routine. You know, get rid of that.
And the size is like, yeah.
Yeah, somehow
And now I'm diagram linked and then
with where he was on the land.
stories of how right now it looks the way it does. And somehow that with images of the place.
Yeah.
I just haven't mapped it out.
So you could have a map then that has different vision points,
Yeah.
so that you could go to Robbinsville and there would be food. So you would sort of pick on it and would highlight a particular aspect that you have information for, so you can use those historical accounts to sort of enrich what you're going to see when you're doing there. That would be very authentic.
So rather than places, it would be a view.
Yeah.
Because it's like from a person eating and sounding. Yay! Yeah, it's like way more experiential.
Yeah.
You could be looking over landscape, but you could also be looking at something very small.
Yeah, well, that's what but down to the level of clothing, what we have evidence of is things like that. We don't have any
But you have ornaments and that could be.
So then you don't see the person, you're sort of looking from the person.
Yeah, exactly. This is what it's like to be in this place. So you're the person traveling.
Right. It's always one of those things that's tricky, because part of our difficulty is how do you, and this is where you have to do consultations, by not seeing people, you're keeping it.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, I mean,
So
I
the other thing too is that there are all these,
you want a living space, not a dead space.
right, a living space. And so there is photography, turn of the century photography that does show people doing different activities, and those can be linked to geographic. know, if you go into the spot, will they, here's a picture from 1905 of the school, you know, the ball team members.
Sometimes though, when you do the consultation, they may already have an idea of
Yeah,
what
well, that's the thing, that's
what
why I feel like
dress
this
would
is
be
so.
like, and so you can choose, you can work with them to decide whether or not to have people moving about in a landscape and what they would be seen wearing. And then, then, because you also don't want people, wearing a bunch of beads if that's not what they did.
Right, inappropriate.
So are there housing structures?
Well, yeah, you see this at places like Colonial Williamsburg.
Right.
They're all dressed in fancy clothes.
Right.
Pretty much all. No way.
It's not going on.
It can but that's what it is. So it's
But that's where the consultation, I think, will solve those issues, is deciding on what you know, and then having the community decide what they want. If you want people in it, because that's a huge issue, right? People want Native Americans always situated in the past in either being devoid or being dressed in their finery or being misrepresented or not there at all. So you have just this distinct space.
one thing that occurs to me, a big part of the we forgot to as political and social boundaries.
Oh, you mean like when you view it as a page, like right as it's stacked?
Yeah. Right. And they knew they were coming.
Yeah, they knew they were coming.
Yeah.
And so it's very clear that these had guides through so maybe something that would reproduce that, which would be very historic.
Well, that's why you would have to decide on what they would look like, because, I mean, if that's protocol, that someone always met you at the traditional boundary, and then carried you on further, is that what they want? That's what I mean, it's what the Constitution says. Because you do want it to have, some level of authentication, and at least maybe about,
So New York Historic Society, and they did, within the last 2 years, they did, with maps, et cetera, on historical New York, developing New York. Remember, and they were layering the maps to change the landscape. So, really going into Native American organization, Native European contact into the modern day, and it's a beautiful exhibit. I think there's some online presence, and it may give you an example, but how to use maps through time, and it has grade reviews. Now that's devoid of people and everything else. It's geology, geography, etc. But still, it may give you some idea.
So, I have it mapped out in like a T printout. So it's like the purpose and land use idea, a bunch of empty and two boxes next to the viewpoint of like, okay, we need to collaborate, identify important places where the census to populate the viewpoint. And then a second one is deciding how to populate So there's like several different types of tags. There's one called collaboration and one called significance and one called so there's not the viewpoint is like you're conceptualizing how like a viewpoint is small, so that's like the next level I'm thinking. And the landscape. So it's just the image. But I can't, I don't know what kind of input would happen in the viewpoint. So like, you can create a new tag if you want to say user input in slide, so I'll include it, and then if you want to go back and say, okay, I need to make sure I understand what I want these images to do, or if I can slide but then there also should probably be a tag for its own sort of visual panel. Right. I think what's challenging to me about this interface is I have something called Archaeology, which is essentially the same kind of digital thing, except that not all of these are actually by the user. And I think like basically a mind mapping software. So I'm thinking of this as mind mapping, but maybe I'm not looking at it the way that they intended. So I don't know if I'm making it more flexible. Because I feel like, so it's saying start here and go here. So it's like for the context of I'm thinking
Right.
So I none of
So that's the issue. Right. So you have to go through, the only way to move forward is to make these decisions, and you have to decide at each level what the retreat is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, how do you do that?
That's like another website. So I feel like I need to play the game or get my teeth into it before I know.
This would give you some options down there. I would try it. Let's try it.
Are you changing your file?
What are you trying to do? Getting the image? No, I was coming out and light and know with like one that's a plan, and then one that utilizes this. So just actually making the efforts. Yeah. It's like a story. And then like
Incidentally, if you're trying to play the low friction AR game that I built and you can't seem to get past the first screen, that's because it triggers new passages based on where you are. So you actually have to get up and move. And it's meant to work just outside old horticulture. I haven't actually tested it outside old horticulture, but what it does is it uses custom JavaScript to grab your geographic position and compare that against all my different passages. And if you were within 15 meters of the centroid, it displays the appropriate passage, which is kind of cool. But if you're trying to play it sitting still in here, it is not going to work. I just mentioned that.
And that's the other kind of thing, because the
where after the
work on this is the so they down a little bit, but there's some way to integrate that information into something like that. So this, on the right hand, we're talking about something where people sit and then there was that.
Was there some of these are
But that's where you're getting up and sharing.
No, I was.
Oh, I go to Robbinsville.
We're having fun?
This is actually CG Town.
Sean?
Okay, so if you want to share your data,
That was
okay, so you go to publish to file.
Yeah.
And then,
But that's different, it sounds like it's different.
the easiest way to share your data is to go to, there's a website called I'll put it up on the screen, and you can load your data into that.
I just typed it, yeah. And then you have a
save this now.
I just typed in, you must not go to the essays.
So when you next come to
Very rarely.
Yeah.
but it's always a good habit to get into.
No, he'll go to better section occasionally.
Each time you
Yeah.
do this,
So I think what we could do is to maximize this moment is to have some questions already solved. So go ahead and think about some.
Okay, just a second, folks. Okay, just a second. Yes. For sharing your, yes, I agree. To share, an easy place to go to share your stuff is a website, philome.la. And what it does is it's a free Twine hosting. You just log in with your Twitter credentials, upload the HTML file, and then it will give you a unique URL to lead to your game, and it will keep some user statistics for you. The thing with this is that if you have extra assets in another folder somewhere, it won't upload those extra assets. You actually have to hard link to someplace else. And if you need that, I can explain how that works.
So are you saying we can't just tweet the URL of what we just made?
No, because that URL is actually to a file on your system.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, you can put the HTML into your GitHub repository on a GH Pages branch, then go to settings and get the full path, and you can do that. And I've had students do that before. I can show you one. Sean, GitHub, /. So this was my student projects for my video game class where they used Twine for their rapid challenges. And then their final project was to create a Minecraft world that expressed good history. And the three best projects were The Slave of Portus, where they rebuilt Portus according to the Canina 16th century version, an exploration of Vimy Ridge, and a game where you are Lieutenant Colonel John By and you have to build the Rideau Canal. They actually made working locks in Minecraft, and when I went to assess the game, I drowned. So that was an A. But one of the things that I asked them to also build was a Paradata document, and this was fully influenced by Heritage Jam, a document that explains the overall idea behind the world, what they were trying to achieve, and so on. And these guys did it as a Twine. And I'm serving this from a public Dropbox. So this is their exploration. Hello, archaeologists. And so, ready? Let's go. So you've just been dropped into the Canadian side of the ridge. What kinds of facilities? So they first built a bit of a playful exploration of what they were trying to achieve, of what you would experience in Minecraft. And eventually, if you play through it long enough, you get to all these things. Here's a letter that they actually transcribed. You return. And they are, this omniscient narrator is kind of giving you a sense of what you would experience. So it's fun. Whoops. And then they invite you to go and play it in Minecraft and then come back here and they actually start talking about all of the design decisions that they went through and what they were doing, what they were trying to do.
So Sean, is each one of these screens that we're seeing, was that set up in one of these tiles? So it's kind of built like a mini web page almost.
Precisely. Yeah, each one of these was a passage.
So they could they create a template that then they can import to each one for the setup of this, the sidebar?
All of this is generated by Twine automatically when you hit the when you hit the save publishable file or whatever it is. This particular template that they're using can be selected there, and all of that is already automatically generated. In my cow tipping example, that was just a different template, and you can change. And the different templates have slightly different capabilities. So it's not just about the look, it's also about some of the functionality. This one is a very simple, straightforward. Another one has the ability, has a bunch of built-in audio macros. So a bunch of automatic commands for dealing with sound and different things. A really good person to follow with regard to Twine and game making and game-based learning, Anastasia Salter. I'm not sure where she's based, but if you read Prof Hacker.
Western Florida, I believe she is now.
Okay. Yeah, and if you read Prof Hacker, she often contributes there and has lots of amazing resources for all this sort of thing.
What was her name again?
Anastasia Salter. Yeah. And she's tremendous stuff. So they've kind of, their desire for a safe essay is coming through here, right? There's all sorts of great information here, but there's a clash between the way they've present, the modality they've chosen to use, and the kind of content they're trying to give. They're trying to force us to eat an essay rather than using the kind of magic that Twine can do, right? So it's a bit of the first part of their Paradata document was playful, was first person, really worked. This one is a bit more dense. So they still did well in the class. And then they...
Central Florida, sorry.
Central Florida. Okay. So, and I mean, you know, I love when students suck up and cite my own stuff back to me, so that's good.
Are these things that we can?
Absolutely. This,
Is it on your handout?
if you go to my main Sean Graham,
Today, okay.
so I have lots of different repositories, and if you you look in here, and the one you want is that one. 3812A. Yeah, 3812A.
Download is nothing, that's empty. And then you take, I double clicked it.
Okay, I forget where that is now.
Here.
Yeah.
Or you could just go to the folder. Yeah, for some things.
Oh, yeah, no, there's something weird where my browser now
I
won't
think
load
you
it.
just have too many links.
No, it's like that was on.
Oh, okay.
I haven't really decided whether.
Anyway, if you put it in there.
Yeah, no, if you put it in there in the address.
Yeah,
So we
no,
were
it
talking
won't-
about accessibility issues at one point, and Anastasia has this really great post about doing accessibility via Twine and considerations that way. And she has a link in here to a really cool game that is only a snippet. It's part of a Kickstarter. It's the rest of it's called Grail to the Thief. And what's really nice is that the person who built this built an extension for dealing with audio that's light and works well, so that each passage is read by different voice actors, and it's very fast. Of course, when you demo something live, it never quite works the way it does at home. But, or maybe I've turned off my sound. Anyway, suffice it to say, Anastasia Salter is the person who. Oh, it started. Don't worry about it.
Hank Crab, a dirty thief from the near future, recently had a self-aware time machine called the Time Excursion Digital Interface, or TIDDY, fall into his lap after a poker game. He has decided to use this technology to go throughout time, stealing priceless artifacts that have disappeared. As Hank would say, if they're already gone, who's gonna miss them?
Here we are, medieval England, safe and sound.
I'm never gonna get used to that. Feels like I got hit by a truck. Teddy, where are we?
We're in a field, Hank. There's a town ahead of us and thick forest all around.
So this particular extension that this fellow
Look
used,
around. 2, follow road.
there's also a screen reader reading the options. So a person with visibility, low visibility, would be able to play and enjoy this game. You could just have this playing in in a museum space maybe and hook it up to voice recognition and have people shout commands at it, or like there's lots of different options. The particular hack to Twine that this works, if you go back to Anastasia's blog post, you can get it. It works with an earlier version of Twine than the one we're using this morning. But at this point, I think we can go have lunch, keep playing, whatever you feel like. It seems to me like a good time to kind of go. All of the other tutorials that I've got, if you want to go through those, I'm happy to sit with you, work through it, talk about what's going on. If you come back to them in a month or whatever, just send me a note. We can do a Google Hangout. I can talk with you how to get through them. Thanks very much, folks.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now. Now, remember, there's a couple of things that I want you guys to potentially think about. One is, do you want your lightning talk to be streamed or not streamed? Which sort of side on it? And I mean, maybe if we find that very few people want it streamed, we just won't stream anything. So we'll just think about this, and we'll make this decision after lunch. So after lunch, we're going to do a bunch of things. The first, so Dan's going to talk about micropaths. Jolene, I've asked her actually to show a very simple from an authoring standpoint, but really immersive kind of AR project that she did. She's brought it to me. We're gonna show it because it's something to show. And I want to sort of briefly show Embera, which is a mobile heritage authoring platform, talk about it a little bit. And then we're going to have the faculty, we're going to say some words and some things up a little bit in advance of you sort of thinking about your projects, and talk about, who can you talk to about, certain kind of projects, like who's the point person, who to go to, just so you can know which individual to go to start the conversation. Obviously you can talk to all of us, but, a good sort of first person to talk to. And then we'll have the afternoon to experiment, to talk, to explore if you want to see, the 3D printers going. We've got 2 print jobs running right now, if you want to see those. So just sort of experimentation, all right? Now the one thing, let's have everybody back here at 1 o'clock instead of 1:15. And that'll give us just a little, sort of capture a little more time in the afternoon, all right? So let's go for lunch.
Those coordinates come back in latitude and longitude. We use the national grid in Britain, so all I do is convert that back to the coordinates we want and various other bits and pieces. So you could geocode anything you want through this system. It's very easy to do. Of course, some people make mistakes when they're georeferencing. They push in the wrong place. They don't know the geography properly. we were looking at British objects at the time. Someone's chosen the wrong place over here. I'll just put it on that. But because every object is done 3 times, we can pull out the outliers and rectify things. It's not a big deal. We can see that's wrong. We've got the source material. We can go back to it and correct it. This chap, which you can't see at the back because it's too low down, Joe Coivisto, is based in Washington. He found this really amusing when he started looking at the map, and he sent me this message on Twitter. So we're very open on what we're doing. All that data can be downloaded by you and looked at any time. So Bronze Age scholars can get access to these cards as they're done. And you have some amazing objects within this set. We have lots of Bronze Age gold. This comes from Ireland. It's a very nice example. And this is an example of some of the cards. Some of these were done by a chap called Christopher Hawkes. He used to be a curator and keeper of prehistory in Europe. We've got very nice drawings on the back. Now, we have not asked the public to do anything with the drawings. We're just interested in this part, the text. We can get the drawings out very easily. It's the text we can't get out very easily. We've also tried to do some stuff with linked data as well. And we talked about Plagios base map. I think Eric mentioned Plagios as well. We wanted to get some linked data out of objects as well. So these cards come with a place name attached to them. This is Jerash in Jordan. We've got a map down here. And we can tie it into Pleiades Gazetteer. We can send that back and it can go back into their ecosystem. So it's a way of crowdsourcing. So Alice Lim might be interested in this if you've got pictures of stuff in Cappadocia where you might want to get your Pleiades IDs attached, but you haven't got time to do it, so you get someone else to do it for you. So this is an example of Ur of the Chaldees cards. Everything's been done on this grid paper. It's very hard to read. So this is the lyre as it came out of the ground, and he's drawn it in section. So eventually people will be transcribing these cards, and they'll be going back into the Ur project for the British Museum and Penny University. But I think it's going to be quite a challenge for the public to read this text and get it back into this structured format. So we haven't released it yet. We're trying to decide whether people could do it. We make it a closed exercise. So we might decide you're very good at reading the handwriting. We just do it in-house. We say 5 people and just see how it goes. This is an example of ES cards. So these are from City of Akhenaten, Volume 2. They've got quite nice handwriting, very easy to read, quite nice images, pretty easy to do. We put up 6 different seasons of digging now for the ES. They've been done really, really quickly. They were very surprised and they didn't realise it's been done so fast, so we had to go back and get more. We've got one going at the moment, it's about 18% done, so if you fancy doing some Egyptian archaeology, go and have a good play on the platform. And we also try multilingual crowdsourcing as well. This is a Japanese exercise. I can't read Japanese, so I can't really do anything with this exercise myself. But you can recognise some symbols if you want to and give it a go. And this might interest some of you in the room. We're trying to make 3D models from flat photographs. We're using structure from motion. We upload the images to our platform, and then we ask the public to do the photo masking for us. So they draw around the outside using an open layers container. So you click on the image, draw a dot, and then mask around the outside of the image. Once you've finished it, you submit, and in the background, we process the mask around the outside in something called GeoJSON, which we've talked about regularly through this. And those masks are taken off into PhotoScan, and then we produce the model. Now, us as researchers at the British Museum haven't been producing these models. We've been training the public on how to do it. So all the ones that we've got in Sketchfab, which I'm going to show you in a bit, have actually been uploaded by other people for us. And they're fantastic. They're really good quality. And we get texture. And at the moment in the room outside, we've got some of our models being printed. So you might actually be able to see one by the time we finish this afternoon. It does save time. Photo masking is quite intensive work. Something we really want to be as well is open. So everything we have goes back onto the web as open data. We've got a data center. You can download all of this information. We don't mind if other people start using our research. We want people to use it and do good things. And this is an example of some of our printing. So I have a printer on my office at the moment, and it prints in 2 colours at once if you really want it to. This is a Bronze Age loop tax that I printed. It took about an hour and a half. It's only about that big, so it's quite a small one. This is a failure. You can probably see that because of the way the material is dropping off. It took me about 2 weeks to actually get to produce a really good model off this printer. Just trying different things out to find one that came out properly. They don't sit very easily on the floor because they've got small edges and they rock. So you can choose wisely when you're printing stuff on home type printers. We then take our models off into Sketchfab, which we've mentioned already this morning. Sean's mentioned it in his talk. And I think Sketchfab has got loads and loads of potential for curators, for scholars, for archaeologists. You can annotate your models. So this is the bone dirt, which is ceremonial from France. It is about this long, 68 centimetres. It's an amazing object, and we've had it printed, which you're going to see in a minute. But the curator has been on there and annotated different parts of the blade, so people can actually learn about it. Sketchfab now has an API that means you can access these annotations from your keyboard or from any way that you might interact. So Sean with his VR could actually start interacting with these annotations, and you can have a curator talking to you at the same time when you press number 1. Or you can have a keyboard in the gallery and you go in there and press 1 because you want to learn more about that part of the object. And you can rotate the model at the same time with the object in front of you. And you can have the VR that Sean has in some other way. And these are a couple of examples of 3D prints. Now this is done on a very expensive commercial printer, a gypsum one by a company called ThinkC 3D. They're amazing the way they come out. They're in coloured gypsum. They're a realistic colour. You can see the writing on the objects as well, if you've got writing, because you know sometimes people wrote accession numbers onto objects. They feel about the same weight, and they just look so much better than plastic objects. I think these ones could be actually used in an academic setting far more appropriately than the plastic ones. Plastic ones have their place, but these ones actually give you more of an idea of what the object would look like. So this bracelet here, we're not actually...
Got one here.
Yeah, 3D, is that gypsum?
Very small.
Okay, can we show people later?
Yeah, I've got some more.
Thank you for telling me that. So this bracelet, we're not actually sure if it's a bracelet or an arm ring or how it should be used. So we could bring one of these into a classroom and give it to you and observe you how you use it, and perhaps do some academic archaeological research at the same time. Jennifer's a really big fan of these. It's Jennifer wearing this one at the moment. And our objects have been printed all around the world. So as soon as I put up our scans on Sketchfab, Joseph, who I mentioned earlier, who did the playing around with the map, printed one off in DC Public Library to show people there the objects that we're producing. His one's in black, mine's in blue. And we're also trying it with some prestige objects as well for the British Museum. We're trying to do 3D models of the Mildenhall silver. They're amazing objects. Now, the public found these incredibly frustrating doing the photomasking around the outside. All of them is little bubbly bits, or balls, on the edge. So when you're doing your photomasking, it takes ages. People got fed up, and it took a really long time to do. So we'll see what the models come back like. They might not be the best ones we've done. This is another example. This is an object that's actually declared treasure in the UK. This is got a soil plug within a gold bracelet, so the curators annotated this as well. You can turn it around. After this, I'll tweak the link so you can actually see these objects and you can play around with them and see what you think. And we have some other examples as well, what we're doing recently. So that's the bone dirt which has been printed. I found that on my desk when I came back from holiday, which is quite a nice surprise. These are Roman amphora. These are 3D models that have been created from flat drawings. We've asked people to draw around the elements of the drawing, and then we can do a 3D sweep in Blender and produce 3D models, so we can actually see what the pottery might look like. Andy's trying to get a whole set from the Archaeological Data Services in the UK done in 3D, so we can actually use it for teaching purposes. It's an amazing application that you can do that, and I imagine you could do it with your type of pottery catalogues as well, using the code that we've written. So if you wanted to do this with PyBossa, download PyBossa, use our code, put your images into it, use our code for producing the Blender models. There you go, you've got your research done as well in the same way. And these objects have recently been inserted into virtual reality. That's my wife over there, looking rather surprised when she's looking through the glasses. This is Samsung Gear, so it's quite new. Sean, have you used Samsung Gear yet, or seen it?
Oh, Christmas time.
Christmas. Okay, so on the side of these, they've got a little button that you move your finger up and down, and you can move backwards and forwards. And the Samsung Centre to the British Museum commissioned a company called Solus, I think that's pronounced, to produce a Bronze Age roundhouse where people could look at the screen, imagine this inside, and then they could see the objects in place, and they could look at the annotations and turn around. They did this 2 weeks ago. It's the first big VR activity the British Museum has done. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do one again, but I imagine we'll try to. And after Sean's fantastic talk this morning, that's really hard to follow, we're going to invite him to come and give us a lecture via video to our staff about VR. I think it'll excite people. Like this room was just wrapped with him talking. I think VR is now coming of age to actually excite people in senior management who before just sort of rubbished the idea. 3D the same. People weren't very convinced with 3D until about a year ago, and now 3D is coming of age. You can do all sorts of stuff. Sketchfab as a platform, I know it's commercial, it's not fully open, but it's amazing what it can do. And of course, these crowdsourced resources we're producing need to go back into other resources. Until recently, I ran the Portal Antiquity Scheme website, and I wanted these resources to go back into that site. So the 3D models are being pulled back into the data pages. So you now have the full description, an image, a 3D model. You can download the 3D model. You can do what you want with it. So if these objects don't get acquired by a museum, we can still visualize them in a 3D way. And you as a scholar can actually say, well, I might not think that's the right categorization. There's something missing in your research. You can actually do more things with it. And we've been emulated by our neighbours down the road. So the British Library has just started doing crowdsourcing as well. They're using exactly the same platform. They're not using the same code as us because they're doing slightly different tasks. They're doing bibliographic type data. And then we also had a crowdfunding platform. This is crowdfunded.micropass.org if you want to have a look. It won't work right now, so don't have a look. The Secure Sockets certificate has expired and I haven't managed to get around to fixing it. We've had several projects on it. Only one has been successful, and that's this one, London's Lost Waterway. Now, I found that archaeologists don't really want to give money away. Is that because we don't have much money? Are we looking at the wrong sector? Do we have enough profile to actually get people coming in and giving money? So as far as I'm concerned, this is the only aspect of the project that failed, but some of my colleagues might think it worked. The software is open source as well. If you want to run a crowdfunding project, you can download this software and use it for your own things. We didn't take any money away from the projects. I think, oh no, we did. We took 1% handling fee, and that was it. We used PayPal as a payment mechanism. So the software we know works. It's just the funding campaigns didn't work. Yours might. There's nothing to say it won't work. It's just how you actually publicise it. I think Terry's talk showed, well, Terry and Lynn, when you were talking, you've got to go out to the right people. You've got to be constantly on social media. You've got to constantly promote your project, and it doesn't always work.
Yeah, you need a community to work with.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just put something up and expect to raise money.
Yeah.
So
And also, for a lot of archaeology ones, if people give cool things, you know, if you get some sort of cool reward, they're more likely to give.
Yeah, that's one of the things these projects didn't really get
Yeah.
behind. So there was no rewards given.
Yeah.
So why should I give money? This project has an active community. People go out every weekend on the foreshore looking for objects, helping them with their research. So they did get money coming in. The other ones didn't really have a social community. They had a very small group, say 10 archaeologists around there, or 10 amateur archaeologists. Once they've exhausted them for their donations, how do you get any more money? We put money into this project. All the people on the team did, but it's very hard to get more from other people.
Dig Ventures is something to look at if you're looking for
Yeah.
another model, and they actually, I believe, help you market the project. Things like they do have the award.
Yeah.
But on just regular, on regular crowdfunding, Christina Kilgrove funded some of her Roman bioarchaeology research. And what she ended up giving away is if you donated money, which I did, you got note cards with Roman skulls on them, and all kinds of other things like that.
I think if you're going to crowdfund, there's lots of guides out there about how to do it properly. There's lots of examples that you can follow. And I think if you emulate ones you know work, you've got more chance of succeeding. I think if you go half-heartedly at it, a bit like the social media stuff you were talking yesterday, if you're half-hearted, it won't work. And it's the same as your research and your life and everything. You've got to make sure you put every effort into it.
And
Otherwise,
it's also
it's failing.
worth noting if you do one of the bigger, like Kickstarter, or they take a percentage of the money, far more than 1%.
A big percent.
And they take even a larger percentage if your campaign fails. So if you don't meet your goal, you lose even more money. Plus, there's make sure you read what you're in for if you're going to do these things.
I think they feel if you lose big.
There's a couple of examples in the UK for crowdfunding for the museum sector. There's one from the Art Fund, I think it's called Art Matters. They use a platform called Goteo, which is another open source one. It's a Spanish one. This one's built in Brazil. We worked with the designers of this. I should have said that the PyBossa platform is built in Spain, so we work with Spanish developers, and we've had a really good relationship. It's been no problem with the multilingual development. So this actually works in Portuguese as well. PyBossa works in, it does work now in Greek, Spanish, French, German, and English. So you could have different communities that you want to work with. And I thought I'd show you a couple of things with Portal Antiquity stuff that I've worked on as well. This was visualization for collections data, and it's called Loss Change. I had a £5,000 grant from the HRC to do this with an external company, and it allowed us to visualise where coins were found on our database in relation to the mints, where they were made. So you clicked on a mint, and it highlighted on our map on the left exactly where they were found. Visualisations of archaeological data are really important. Eric's website, Open Context, has got some really good visualisation tools on it, and you're working right now on more tools for Leaflet after seeing some of the examples this morning. So we're all learning new things from being here, faculty especially. We've also tried out video conferencing for schools. This is my wife again, sitting in one of our basement studios at the Claw Centre. And we decided we wanted to try and get the treasure process into the school curriculum. So we set up an activity where they were going through the discovery of the Froome hoard, which is a hoard of Roman coins, 52,503 coins, which weighs about 2 of me, in a big pot in the ground. And she goes through the process with children, tells them how things were going. They then go into teams, and they either the archaeologists, the media communications team, and they talk backwards and forwards with her. And we could crowdsource elements of this as well, deciding what people might like to learn more about and build new structured stories. And I think Sean's work could fit very well with this, with augmented reality for the children in classrooms. We just haven't done that yet because we didn't really know what's possible. But now I've heard your talk, I think we can really expand. And then Matt asked the other day about find spot masking, about site security. I thought I'd just mention that for everyone so they can hear it. Now, we're all quite sensitive about our find spots. There are several ways that you can actually hide find spots. So this is an example of a Port Antiquity scheme map with a find spot unmasked. We're allowing the public to actually see where objects are found to a certain extent. So what I do is I limit the zoom on the map so you can't zoom right into the find spot. I truncate the coordinates of the latitude and longitude slightly, so I have a really, really precise string off the original one. So it shifts it slightly from where it was found, and people get this view. Now, if I'm logged in as the archaeologist, I'm allowed full access to the find spot, so I can zoom right into where it was found. You can see the field boundaries on the different layers. You've got it dotted on the map, you get the full grid reference coordinates. You can also pull back data from other sources as well. So I managed to get the elevation, which has dropped off actually. So I get the elevation of the find spot, so you can do viewshed analysis around where the object was found. And I get data from something called the Doomsday Book API as well. So you can go off and find out more information about that parish or the manor house. So there's lots of things you can actually get from geographic coordinates. I know Eric gets all sorts of things from open context based around place names. So you've got Plagios data coming back in. So there's lots of things you can do just for the place name. And if it's really sensitive, you can mask it with a known as, so the public never get to see any of the find spot details apart from the district it came from. So you can hide data in that way. All my code to do this is on my GitHub repo. So if you want to see how I do it, you can see there. I'll happily share that with you afterwards. And that's it. Thank you very much. Talking over.
Just a question here.
Yes, of course.
With the crowdsourced data, where is it going back to? Where are you storing that?
We're storing it on Amazon S3 at the moment as raw data, and then once the projects are finished, the data is going to be deposited with the Archaeological Data Service in the UK. So it's actually stored properly with archiving principles.
And so is it, and then it's tied to the record that you have in the British Libraries?
It's going to come back into the BM systems if applicable. The stuff for, say, the ES will go into their archive systems, so they can create a searchable database. At the moment, they can't search those cards. They've got them on Flickr as well, so they're going to enrich the data there, so it's multiple places. So each set of data we've got is backed up in about 4 different places at the moment, so we're pretty sure it's not going to disappear off into the clouds.
Yeah, I was mostly thinking like how users are getting at it from another side.
Yeah.
They input it and then it makes it more useful to search. So.
Yeah, I didn't talk about how we're using R to manipulate the data as well. So when you want to get data back from the project, it comes back in CSV or JSON. We use an R script to make it more palatable for you to use as a CSV spreadsheet. And that data is stored in our server and also onto Amazon S3, so you can download the final stuff. Then we have an expert going through it, consolidating the data. So you have 3 people per task. You obviously don't want 3 people when you're doing your own research, you want just one line. So we go through and consolidate it, and then you get data back. So we're very open about how we use stuff. There's nothing that we've done so far that's so sensitive that people can't get access to it again after we've used it. I think we wouldn't do that as a matter of principle.
Does anyone else have any questions for Dan? Okay. So I just very briefly want to talk about this project. For those of you who were in the Digital Public Archaeology session last year or this year at the SAs, you will have heard about this already. But I just want to show you some things. I'm not gonna go through too tremendous slide deck here, but I'm going to point you to a couple of URLs: embarratt.matrix.msu.edu, Twitter account, and this Vimeo URL is actually sort of the director's cut of the paper I gave at the SAs, and also DH 2015 this summer. So you can actually go there and learn about the background of the project. Embera is actually it was an outgrowth of a project that Lynn and I did a couple of years ago, MSUseum. MSUseum is basically a mobile app that allows you to explore the heritage of the Michigan State University Museum, or Michigan State University campus, and also explore how that heritage was uncovered, quite literally, by the Campus Archaeology program. It was a joint effort between my Cultural Heritage Informatics Field School, which I teach every other year, and Lynn's Campus Archaeology Field School. It was a collaboration between the two students. The app itself is only available on iOS. You can download it; it's free. You can also get the source on GitHub, and it's a mess, the source, but it's there for you to use as you see fit. And the rhetoric behind the project was not only present what we know about, in this case, the campus itself, but also present the intellectual process by which that knowledge was uncovered. So, as we all know, the general public is as interested in the process of archaeology as they are in the product of archaeology. Oftentimes more interested in that process. We all know that active discovery is almost intoxicating for the public. So we really wanted to kind of uncover that and let people not only kind of explore what is known about Saints Rest, which is the first storm on campus, but also the excavations at Saints Rest. So there's this kind of parallel delivery of information. So what I did after that is, instead of coming up building an MSUseum 2.0, turned efforts towards building an actual platform that would allow anyone to build an MSUseum-like experience. The model, sort of the interaction model of MSUseum is place and space as museum. It's actually thinking about a space like a traditional museum, exhibits, things within the exhibit. So essentially allowing you, and if you have an iOS device, you can download MSUseum and you see it, right? There are exhibits, and those exhibits are organized by the sort of the developmental chronology of the MSU campus, which either Lynn or Terry can, or Katie can sort of shout them out. Do you guys remember off the top of your head? What are the categories?
Oh, they're right here. Well, they're divided by time.
Time period. So
It's beginnings, foundation, expansion, legacy, and then discover archaeology.
Right. So think of those as the exhibits, and then the areas on the landscape associated with those time periods are the items within exhibits. So space and place as museum. That is the design metaphor for good or for bad. So what we did is we actually turned to building a platform that would allow people to build experiences like these. You know, mobile heritage is, and mobile in general is fairly expensive. Development for native applications, native iOS, native Android, is either in C# or Swift on the iOS side of things, or Java on the Android side of things, which are fairly impenetrable. These are compiled languages that are mostly the domain of computer science, right? They're not HTML, they're not CSS, they're not JavaScript. The learning curve is much higher. So building, for small to medium heritage institutions, small projects, historic landscapes, cultural landscapes, building, launching a mobile heritage experience is oftentimes an unattainable thing. They don't have the personnel, they don't have the skills, and they don't necessarily have the money to actually go out and contract with someone. So in Imbira, we wanted to sort of lower the barrier as much as humanly possible. It isn't possible to lower it to the ground and make it sort of a one-click kind of thing, but make it really sort of easier, much easier, and much more sort of frictionless to allow sort of individual small projects with not a lot of resources to sort of build, launch, and sustain. And that's the other really important thing, to sustain these kind of experiences. So Imbira is built on essentially a client-server model where the authoring tools sit on the background, and that's where you create projects, create exhibits, put things into exhibits, manage discussion and community discussion. It also has a very, very strong citizen scholarship aspect, the idea that citizens and individuals on the landscape should be able to sort of participate and co-create the heritage of that place, whatever it may be. Because remember, this is an authoring tool. So all of that stuff is taken care of by the back end, and then the front end, there are a series of templates, iOS, Android, and native responsive web. And then the idea is that, for your project, your needs, whatever, you choose one of the templates, you can use the template as is, you can mod it, or you can build one from the ground up. And the template pulls everything out of the Imbira installation. So you don't have to update the actual application itself. You don't have to resubmit it to the App Store if you have a native app. It just pulls it out, and so that's very strong for the sustainability angle. So let me show you. This is work in progress. We're building this internally, but it's sort of worth. I want to just show you where we are right now. And the idea with the authoring environment is it's a plugin. So it's a plugin that you would install on a content management system. We're using Cora because that's what we use. But ultimately, the idea is we would have plugins built for a wide variety of digital repository platforms, content management systems. So you don't get pushed to a specific thing. You use what you already have. And then you install the Imbira plugin on top of that. And it transforms that content management system or that digital repository platform into an Imbira installation. So this is actually the public sandbox. You can log into this and fiddle around with it. I'll give you the URL in a second. The very crafty username of demo and the much more crafty password of demo will get you in here. And since this is Cora, you guys have all seen this, but you have a Cora with the Imbira plugin installed. You get all of this stuff on the side. And like I said, the proof of concept that we're working on right now, we're just focusing on Cora, but the idea is that in the future, there would be a plugin for Omeka, there would be a plugin for collection space, there would be whatever you are using. Hopefully, there would be a plugin for it. So it's all project based, and the projects are managed centrally here. Each project equals a mobile application. So super awesome test project could have an iOS app, an Android app, and a mobile first responsive web. Test would have the same thing. Sean Test, which is actually Sean who came in and fiddled around with it a little bit. So each of these represents one project, each of which can have the 3 applications or a combination thereof. I'm going to show you. So all of the projects are organized, so you can see there are the exhibits, there are the locations, there are the areas. An exploration is essentially a tour. I hate the word tour, so we use the word exploration. It's a way of stringing associated points and areas together into a linear narrative experience. So you go here, then you go here, then you go here. That is the experience, is the sequence of those. Where all of this other stuff, you can just explore it and engage with it in a sort of no sequence, no particular sequence. So each of these, so if I, that's an exhibit. So it actually shows you, in sort of robust mapping tools, it'll show you all the stuff in the exhibit. There's nothing in here, that's why you're not seeing anything. And here, you give it a name, you give it sort of descriptive text, thumbnail. All this stuff, again, is getting pulled into the application itself.
That's an archaeological exhibit, I see, so Sumer awesome.
Yeah, there it is. That was super awesome. Yeah, yeah. So test, I don't have anything. You guys can go in and log in and diddle around. It's a sandbox. That's the whole point. But once you've created an exhibit, then so an exhibit is sort of the umbrella organizational structure. So you create any exhibits you want. Each exhibit has a specific theme, like Sahara. I don't know. This is what happens when you're just testing things. You just put names in and stuff. And so each has sort of a theme to it. And then you organize stuff into the exhibits. So if I create a new location here, the map will eventually load. It seems to be super slow lately. There we go. So I just click to add the marker to the map. I click it, click done, and then you add. So what is the location name? You associate it with an exhibit, and you can associate it with multiple exhibits. Say, I want this point to be associated with this one, this one, and this one. They put a description. The dig deeper content, that's stuff that has come over from MS Museum. If you look at the MS Museum app, each location has a dig deeper section, and that's where the archaeology. So you put that dig deeper content there. And this all shows up in the app. I'll show you. Media, comments, all that kind of stuff. So you can manage the locations and the areas. Building an area is just a matter of stringing together a variety of points. Once you're done, you hit save, and then it would add it. It adds it to the locations, areas and explorations. So areas and locations work the same way. Explorations is essentially if you have existing areas and points, you just sort of string them together. You say this one first, then this one, then this one, and this one, and then it creates an exploration. Sorry.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
You're linking your spots.
Yeah.
And this goes back to the link data, and I may have missed the larger point of this. But the idea that you're pulling the information from, let's say, the museum, or you said the FSU.
Well, no. I mean, you're pulling all of the content from the application from your installation of Imbira. So I'll actually show you right now. So this project, super awesome test, I'll show you the app for it, and it's pulling the stuff dynamically out. The reason for that is you then don't, whenever you make a change to the user experience here, you don't have to resubmit it to the App Store. It's just pulling stuff out dynamically, so the user's application is always changing as you update the content in the back end. So it's that sustainability angle.
Okay, I guess I'm thinking of, let's imagine that there's some information on Wikipedia
Uh-huh.
that's relevant to one of your buildings.
Yeah.
And you want to pull that up. So are you actually inserting the link to the Wikipedia, or is
No.
that
No. All of the content in an Imbira authored application, you author, you write. They are essentially content silos, which is sort of ironic given my earlier rhetoric. You could easily, go out, do the research, and then write, you bring that content, manually bring that content. It isn't doing any sort of automated stuff. All right, this is, I actually sort of would recommend this. So this is ArcWelder. ArcWelder is something that, a little tool that Google put out to test APKs. The APK is the file format for Android applications. So you build an Android application in Android Studio. you get an APK, and that's what you send around, and that's what you download from the Google App Store. It's a way to actually test them on your desktop. So I'm actually going to show you. Here's the most recent APK. So, all right, it asks you some stuff. Let's launch application. Yes. So it's actually launching. There we go. It's freaking out a bit. Hold on a second. I did this before. There we go.
Yeah.
So this is, imagine being able to see this. So this is all of this content here is being pulled out of this installation right now. So if I go to Explore Exhibits, remember Sahara, right? Super awesome excavation. So it's dynamically pulling everything out. And I could go in here, change, add an exhibit, add content, and it automatically appears here. It might not function too terribly well because this arc welder is, it doesn't work flawlessly because there's some things that it cannot emulate, hardware things that it cannot emulate. But you can view. I've got this actually installed on my Android back there. You can watch it, and then let's super awesome test it. Yeah, it's freaking out. So there we go. So this is all of the content, and then so explore the exhibit. There's nothing there. That's why. So it's a way to test. Just freaking out. So the point I'm trying to make is that all of the content is being dynamically pulled out of this backend installation, and you can add stuff, you can update stuff, and it gets pushed to the person, whoever has that app installed. And this is actually the prototype for the web application. So it looks, and it's just a website, right? You don't want to have a native application, you don't want to have native iOS, you don't have native Android, mobile first responsive website. This is what it looks like. This is what the template looks like. This is actually not dynamically pulling stuff out right now. And it looks good on a regular screen, but it is intended, it's responsive, and it's intended to be viewed on a mobile device. So that's what the experience would be if someone was looking at it on a mobile device on the mobile web. But then you can also people can view it in the regular browser. So another sort of project. This is it's a labor of love that is sort of ongoing and kind of creeping on. So people are interested in this stuff. And again, all the authoring tools, the Invera authoring plugin, it's on GitHub. The Android application's on GitHub, and this stuff is actually not up on GitHub, but it will be by the end of the week. Oh, it is the end of the week. Let's say soon. So you can actually sort of download it, install it, fiddle around with it. If you are also so inclined, remember that you can also you can also play around with the sandbox as well. So. Anyone have any questions? Yeah, Ben.
Yeah. So could we use this live in the
Yeah, I mean, theoretically speaking, yes. So the authoring plugin is functional and stable. The only thing the authoring plugin doesn't do right now is a lot of the co-creation stuff. So if you were just interested in building a unidirectional heritage experience, which you very well might be, yes, you conceivably could. You would have to do a little bit of work on the templates, or you would have to wait until we got the templates done, which... So there's this sort of, you got to be a little bit sort of risk aware. But like I said, I mean, the mobile first responsive, it's all HTML and CSS, right? So the stuff that you guys are experienced with already. And for the authoring plugin, you just have to be able to install Cora, and then you can install the authoring plugin over that. And it's very easy to connect the authoring plugin to your template. It's actually just a string of characters that you put in the template files and a URL, and it knows exactly what to talk to. Anyone else? Okay. Jolene, do you want to come up and talk? Okay. Do you want me to leave computer, or you're going to use? There is an HDMI. Yeah.
There is?
Yeah. It's a big one. It's one of these guys. Oh yeah.
It's hard to display this from afar, so I'm going to. Let's see. So I don't have anything prepared for this.
You can scoot over the podium if you'd like to.
Sure. So this is
Turn it over to HDMI.
there you go.
You'll get there. There you go.
Awesome. That was easy. So this is it's an app, but I consider it more a portable digital exhibit that I created before I knew any of this stuff. Probably right after I applied here, but without really any tie-in. It came out of a pop-up museum that was held in Richmond to commemorate the sesquicentennial of the Civil War between a lot of different organizations. And we had about 3 weeks, I think, to come up with an exhibit. Terry was involved as well with an exhibit with RBA Archaeology. It was a very short time frame, and there was a meeting at my agency and a bunch of people around the table about what the heck are we going to do for this exhibit. And all of a sudden, this like fully formed idea just started pouring from my mouth before I knew how I would ever pull it off. So the thought, right, so the thought was we could have a tablet that's an interactive compass, and the way it works is that depending on the direction that the user faces, one of several different historic sites, archaeological sites, essentially the user can play a respective video with historic photos. I have the tablet here, you guys can play with it later, it's hard to just display right here, and a little bit of interpretive text, and then as soon as that's finished, you know, as the user moves around in a circle on this, in this specific place, you can choose the next kind of thing to learn about. And it worked. So I made this using MIT App Inventor 2, which we've tweeted out the link a few times, with not knowing how to code or anything. App Inventor 2 is really great because, well, first of all, I think it's a really good way to learn, to get your brain in the place to learn how to code, because you're building procedures. It's hard to see, right? Actually, here we go. It's hard to see. This is what the interface looks like. So you design. It's wonky while you're creating it, but you design the interface and all the controls on the interface, and then you make your procedures with visual blocks. And so you can start to create triggers based on certain variables, and it all puts it together in a pretty easy to figure out visual format. And there are lots of tutorials. I think I based the main compass part on like a tutorial for 5th graders on how to build a compass game. Lots of those. So anyway, this all came together, and the videos I made, you know, as a state employee locked down to a very small subset of technology, I just made several PowerPoint presentations with transitions and then converted those to videos, and then those are locally stored on the device, and then this code runs those specific videos. And so the cool thing about this is that we've been able to take it to a few different locations and just adjust the coordinates, because the way it works is it's not geolocated. It's tied into the orientation sensor on the device. So, you know, I say that this location A is between 20 degrees and 45. That's when you can pull that trigger. So adjust those coordinates, pop in a new video, and it's done for a new location. So we've been able to bring it to several different places. And the App Inventor file, which is a specific format to load into App Inventor, is available in the Google Doc link that is sent around, so anybody can open it up and play with it on your own. And I will eventually put it into GitHub now that I know how to use GitHub. And hopefully also greatly improve this now that I have the wherewithal to find more ways to make it cooler. So knock yourself out. Try it out.
So yeah, I'll have this on in the back if anybody wants to play with it. But that's all. That's just Android, but it should be good from there on out.
And I'll say it for Julian, I was at that event in the same tent, and it was very popular. People really liked it. It was very cool.
Well, we did have to compete with the amputation technology.
The amputation tech people, they did a good job also. That's a good point. All right, so what I'm going to show you is the super low tech. I don't know how to do anything, so I just bought a theme and made an exhibit portion. So this is an exhibit that I built while I was working on my dissertation. I was working with a museum called Historic St. Mary's City in Southern Maryland. I was studying the transition from slavery to freedom for the 19th century component of the site. And I was just starting to really get into being interested in the digital world, but I didn't have any of the actual technological skills required to completely make something on your own. I also didn't have the time. What ended up happening was this was kind of a dream of mine that came to reality very, very quickly when the director of the museum called and said, "Hey, I just got off the phone with the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They have $5,000 to do this. Do you want to do it?" I said, "Yes." So the next day I was working on this project and trying to figure out how to actually make it happen. So what I actually did was I went, because I didn't know how to code, didn't know how to build anything like that. What I wanted to build was something that was going to be social, was going to be pretty easy to do, was going to look pretty, and it was going to really replicate the experience of going to a museum and visiting an exhibit. So I went and did a lot of searching for WordPress themes. I already knew how to use WordPress. I'd been running a WordPress blog for a while, so I knew how to use the tech already. I knew it was pretty easy. You can get lots and lots of custom plugins to make things do what you want. And I found themes from this company, Theme Trust. $50, you get 2 themes, and you get support. So it had added a couple things to WordPress, namely a feature called projects. The way WordPress works is it divides things into 2 different types of pages. You have regular pages and you have blog pages. Theme Trust had added a new functionality to the WordPress setup, a thing called projects, and it ended up working out really, really well. So the way it had this fun little animation that makes it look like I know how to do things. And I divided it into sort of 4 main sections. The first was some introductory panels, so this really sort of gets you set up for what the actual exhibit is about. And then I had 3 sections that I framed it around the context of what I was actually studying, which is the transition from slavery to freedom. So slavery at St. Mary's, Civil War and Emancipation, and post-slavery. And then I had additional stuff. So I kept a blog and maintained a blog as I was doing my research. This covers all of the different sites and excavations and historical documents and stuff like that, so sort of a repository for people to access. And then something for the public about how to get in touch with us and all of that stuff. What I really liked about the way this was all set up is I sort of treated it like rooms at a museum. So you go into the first wing, which is going to be about slavery at St. Mary's, and then these are brief little discussion about it, and then you have these different exhibit panels that talk about different topics. And you can actually, so that was the way this theme was set up was to be kind of an academic portfolio. That's sort of or a portfolio in general. So if you're a graphic designer, you'd do something like this and you can show all your different projects. And I kind of repurposed it to be exhibit space. So it's text heavy, but definitely, got a lot of images in it and stuff like that as well. And the whole idea was to, these are exhibit panels. Like I was really using the metaphor of the museum, and making exhibit panels, and this should, so it does the light box business and all of that. So, and then when you get to the bottom, I added comment fields, again, trying to make it as social as possible so people could actually interact with it.
People can share things, they can do all that stuff. And then when they get to the bottom, they can just cycle through to the next exhibit space and go through this again. So, so at any rate, so that was really the whole concept. One thing that I did, so this is going to go to another section, was I was actively writing a blog as part of this while I was doing it, and I would incorporate those elements. So in this spot, I'm talking about how the architecture of the buildings changed after emancipation. So we had these 2 slave quarters, and the architecture got modified. And so I would, as I was doing the actual analysis, I'd write a blog post every once in a while that sort of went a little bit deeper into how I actually drew these conclusions. That's not the one I wanted. There it is. So I did an analysis of window glass thickness, which apparently is diagnostic. And so I went into more depth about the actual analysis that I was doing, and what this tells us about the transition from slavery to freedom and things like that. And that was all on the blog. Oh, that got very close. That was basically the gist of it. Yeah.
So what kinds of comments did you get on this book?
Not much. So here's what. This was an experiment. I mean, this is early in for me. This was 2010, maybe. I think that's right. 2009. This was an experiment for me, trying to figure out exactly what was going to work, what wasn't going to work. I put it all together in a summer, and what was really, and this is, I think, one of the reasons why it didn't get as much exposure as I was hoping, is because I've been working with an institution, wonderful institution, it's a great museum, but they are not very invested in the 19th century component of their site. All of their resources, all of their marketing, all of their everything goes into the 17th century when it was the first capital of Maryland, which makes perfectly good sense. It's why it's a state-funded institution and what the state's focused on there. That's their mission. This stuff is outside of it. So, for example, they revamped their website, and there ended up a couple years ago, and there was no link to this exhibit whatsoever on it. So, it's still never been sent out on like a email to all of their supporters, things like that, right? So,
so was this part of the museum then, or did you create your own?
This is on the museums. This is on their servers. That's been another thing that's been complicated. It just got a brand new URL because I all of a sudden discovered that they had switched the entire URL system for the entire museum, and so all of my links went kaput, right? So, so this isn't mine, and I have access to all of it on stuff like that. But I built it, but it belongs to the museum, so, and that was just because I happened to have clicked on the link accidentally on my own website to go to it, and I discovered that the exhibit was gone. So I mean, there are some challenges that come along with any project like this, and this may have not been the best context within which to do a project like this. On the flip side, this is also a landscape that doesn't exist it definitely doesn't exist in Montpelier, but it also doesn't exist in St. Mary's City anymore because they're in the process of fully reconstructing their 17th century landscape. The manor house for this, one of the duplexes that still exists, got picked up and relocated because they were right in the middle of the 17th century city. So it was another reason why I was really interested in doing digital, was because I wanted to figure out how can I make this landscape visible in some way. So digital was a great way to do that. So, yeah.
So I'm wondering, since this was one of your first experiments with the digital world in this sense, what did you learn from this? What advice do you have for us who are going to be going through this process?
A lot of it's that institutional bit. Mm-hmm. So I have WordPress is, I think it's easy. I got all kinds, like I could just get support from the people who I bought the themes from Theme Trust. I could be like, can you make it do this thing? And they'll either say no, or they're like, put this tiny little bit of code into this little place here, and then it works. Of course, I'm wholly dependent on that company for that stuff, but for what I needed when I needed it, that was really great. It was the institutional bit that was tricky, and I think that was a portion of this that was difficult. There's also the fact that I don't work here anymore, so this thing lived and breathed with my time going into it. So as far as having some sort of handoff mechanism, or any of that type of thing, it's an institution that's really strapped for people anyway and resources. So to anything that they do to this website, I have to figure out if it's gone down, and then I have to be like, hey, help. We had a big spam problem, and they just took it down because they were like, this is messing things up, and so it was gone for 3 months. So that would be the thing, is really make sure that the institution you're working with is ready to invest the time and energy into and buys into it, exactly. And I mean, they did find funding for it, but it happened so quickly, and I was on such a short time frame to get it done, because it was just like this leftover pot that the National Trust had, and there just so happened to be a conversation between the right person and the right person for it to happen, that we didn't sit down and plan out or think about any of the infrastructure or any of that stuff. So yeah.
Can I ask you sort of the time scale that it took you to put this together?
I did this in 3 months. So, and then with the idea that it would kind of be living and breathing through the rest of the dissertation process. And that didn't entirely happen either, because anyone who's written a dissertation knows that, like, you hit the point where you're just like, screw everything. I just need to get this done so I can continue, be happy again.
Yeah.
Did you have access through the museum to the photographs or the maps, or did you?
I had all.
So that was all in.
They were all cool with me using whatever I wanted. Yeah.
To kind of follow up to Michelle's question, for those of us who are imagining a website as a component of this, we've heard about Bootstrap templates and
Mhm.
compose a little bit, talking about WordPress. What would you recommend as the kind of least resistance path for us to go in terms of building a website? Is WordPress the way to go?
I mean, that's what I would do right now if I had to make something really fast, but I know how to use WordPress. So that's something I'm familiar with.
And it's not a high bar, though.
No, it's not a high bar at all. Most of the third-party services that have been talked about, I'm sure, have plugins for WordPress, so you'd be able to input those pretty simply. So WordPress is very low bar. There's tons of people, anything you think of that you want to do on WordPress, you're probably not the first person to think of it. That's the internet in general is kind of that way, but WordPress is definitely that case. So if you want to do stuff that's social, again, I mean, it's got a blog interface built into it, so it's pretty easy. I mean, building the site was not the thing that took the time. What took the time was writing and getting the content in. And making sure the plugins worked together, because every once in a while one plugin will crash everything or whatever. So, but you are completely dependent with plugins and stuff on the people who make them. So, any other questions? Cool. Thanks.
All right, folks, we are officially done sort of the content section of the institute. We're on to the now it's up to you guys. Not totally up to you guys. So I wanna talk a little bit about the kind of the some structure from here on out. I also want to kind of back off a little bit. And sort of remind you of some things that you might have forgotten because it's been 5 days of everything. So again, I mean, you've been confronted with an enormous amount of content, an enormous amount of topics, an enormous amount of ideas, and it can feel particularly overwhelming. We've talked about web mapping. We've talked about augmented reality, linked open data, crowdsourcing, scholarly publishing, social media, and there's a bajillion other things, you know, that we didn't talk about. You know, we barely talked about games. We barely talked about mobile. We barely talked about social network analysis. We barely talked about, you know, data mining. You know, so there's so much that's been left undiscussed. And we made choices about what we were going to cover in the Institute. Now, because we've covered one thing and not covered another thing doesn't mean that you can't focus on the other thing, right? You'll remember that I gave you that operational framework about digital archaeology at the beginning. And anything that falls under that very, very broad umbrella is fair game for your final projects. Very, very fair game. So I really want you to keep that in mind. I mean, the other thing which is very important to keep in mind is that you don't have to do all the things, right? I know that many people were telling me, oh my God, the next day there was so much exciting, I got it, you know, so there, you know, every day there was sort of this layered on, well, I got to do that. I mean, and I understand that, and I actually really appreciate that we've sort of fired this enthusiasm up in all of you. You know, but what needs to drive the final project, again, is the needs of your project, right? The needs of the content, the needs of the outcome. So what are your outcomes, and how are you going to meet those outcomes? So, and that will guide you and allow you to choose, well, then I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and the rest of this stuff I'm going to leave off. And that's hard to do. That's hard for all of us to do. You know, when we're faced with such a sort of enormously, enthusiastic generating ideas. But you're just going to have to. This is the scoping and the scaling part of this exercise. This is what I want to do. These are the tools that I'm going to use to do X. So keep that in mind, and you don't have to feel guilty at all about, you know, sort of focusing in on one slice of the kinds of things that we've talked about, or focusing in on something new that we didn't talk about entirely. So that's really good. Let your project, let your intended outcomes drive those choices you make about the tools, the platforms, the technology that you use. And of course, also, your local conditions, your institutional goals, and things like that. Now, you'll remember that, you know, in terms of infrastructure, you will not be left completely at the mercy of your own institutions. If you have the institutional resources, great, and you might, you know, want to choose to use your institutional resources for strategic reasons, whether it's if you can get server space, a domain with your home institution or your home project. That's great, and there's nothing wrong with that. You choose that for strategic reasons. But if you don't, you know, we'll help you navigate the, you know, making choices about infrastructure. And also, if you don't have any infrastructure at all, or the infrastructure that you have is completely untenable for a successful completion of your project, we will work with you to get that infrastructure, which would probably mean that we will give you server access to Matrix. We can give you a Matrix domain, something.matrix.msu.edu. There's no problem at all with doing that. It's actually very easy. So this is part of the process. Remember that. That's really important. The other thing that's really important to remember is that the faculty are here to help you make those connections. You know, you've had this constant barrage of things, and I know for a fact when I'm entering a new space, I may know sort of what the areas are, but how to connect them and how to say, well, I want to do this. I've got all these things. How do I connect those up to do something actual? The faculty here are, and whether that's technically speaking or intellectually speaking, the faculty are here to help you deal with those issues, address those issues, go through those issues, and sort of make those connections and build those points of connection connective tissues between the various technologies, platforms, all that kind of stuff that we have talked about. The other thing which is very, very important to remember is that the faculty and the directors, both Lynn and I, will remain mentors throughout the year. So it's not like that you are gonna, right, exciting, super awesome, then you go away and it's like, oh God, I'm back here and there's no one here. You know, we're going to maintain that ecosystem, and you will be, depending on your project, you will be connected up with a faculty mentor who through the year will be able to help you continue to answer those questions. And it's not, you know, it's not like that's the only person you'll be able to talk to, but that would be based on the project, your project idea, that's the person you can go to first. Now, you know, we ask that you respect their time and their schedule when you're sort of interacting with them, and not bombard them every single day with insanely complicated requests. Just, I mean, we're all scholars here, and we all understand sort of our pressures on our time. The other thing is we also, if for some reason your project is outside of the scope of the faculty here, we actually have resources to pull in other mentors from outside the Institute faculty roster, experts who may be able to help you out, and they will get a stipend to actually be your mentor. So there's lots of, in this intervening year, there's lots of structure for continued mentorship. And there's also structure for peer-to-peer mentorship. We're going to work very, very hard to actually keep this system and keep this, these connections that we've all had, keep this room of, physical room together in a virtual space. It's actually likely that I'm going to use Commons in a Box, which Matt will be enormously happy about, and to create that, that community site. And it's our hope that that will be a platform to us to continue this interaction, but also draw in other people and also other potential collaborators that you have. So keep that in mind as well. Part of our responsibility, Lynn and I, as project directors, is to make sure that when you leave this space, you can continue successfully in your work, and it won't be sort of pointless for you to have come here, gotten all excited and fired up, and then to go home and not do anything at all. That's really, and it's, I mean, this happens, right? You go back to your home institution, and there may not be the resources or the people there, and you're just like, oh God, I'm alone again. That sounds really depressing. I didn't mean it that way. Anyways, but you do very much get what I mean, and we're going to work really hard to maintain that. Now, of course, you have a responsibility to make sort of official, you got to do these monthly official project posts. So that is part of this, so everyone is aware what everyone else is doing. We're also going to be meeting virtually on a regular-ish basis for potentially other small talks from other people outside the Institute on technology or tutorials and stuff like that, as well as sort of virtual meetings, so everyone shows up in a meeting and people can talk about things. So again, this is all an attempt to keep this room still room-like. You know what I mean. So that having been said, Lynn, is there anything else I need to mention? Okay. So and faculty, is there anything else that you would like to add in along sort of those lines? No?
The only thing is if people, you don't have to, Ethan said you don't have to just choose one person, but it's also the case that you can ask probably any of us, and somebody can tell you who might be better to talk to about a particular thing.
No, we're assigning. And there's this what I'm going to do next is going to help with that. And I mean, there is some people's projects will sort of naturally gravitate. I mean, and it's not like I'm going to say, no, you have to go with blah. We won't do that. But we do want to make sure that it's sort of an equitable and logical sort of arrangement. Anything else? I mean, faculty are good.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is also just remember you're working on the web.
Yeah.
And it's, we're all networked really with a broad community of people that are really excited about this stuff. So that's great. And none of us, if we don't know exactly what to do, we can help you find other people who do know what to do.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that there's just such a richness of systems. We have a really rich information ecosystem that's emerging now too. So there are really interesting and cool possibilities in choreographing some of that stuff. Okay. So if there's a system out there that has a little bit of something that's interesting, pull some information out of that. Other things like that. Remember things like APIs, linked data. Linked data doesn't have to be hard and geeky. There could be some really simple things that you can do that would make it really interesting in that sense. Even if your main project is more of something that's communicating narratives and not about like hardcore data analytics, there's still this rich ecosystem to draw upon.
Anyone else? Any other faculty? All right, so what I actually want to do now is I'm going to go around. I mean, all the faculty in the room have spoken about a specific thing, and it's sort of clear what that sort of discussion was about. But I'm going to go around the room and ask each faculty member to say the areas that they are comfortable supporting or discussing with people on. And yes, there will be lots of overlap, and but for me to say, well, I'm interested in public heritage, I'm interested in mobile, I'm interested in web maps for public, and I'm also to a lesser degree interested in games. So like that, right? And then people can sort of have an idea about who they can start sitting down with and talking about. So I'm going to go around the room and ask all the faculty just to, that kind of thing. And hopefully that'll give you a sort of a first step, sort of this afternoon, to talk to people. You've already talked to lots of people, and people have talked to faculty. But if you haven't, to sort of sharpen and prep your lightning talk for tomorrow. You'll remember that everyone gets 5 minutes for a lightning talk to talk about their project. And then that's morning, and then based on that in the afternoon, we'll have another round of this sort of consulting that we can do to, again, then help you focus in and sharpen in. And that's when you should be finalizingly as you can be the vision documents, right? Is after that. So it's something you're going to be doing at the end of the day and then giving to us before you leave. All right? Yeah.
I have a question about the pitch.
Yeah.
So should it be like our vision document in 5 minutes, or should we use it as a platform to maybe highlight a couple of questions or concerns or
All of the above.
Really want?
I mean, if you're feeling sort of very structured and you just want to go through the vision document, fine. If you want to go all crazy and helter skelter, fine. That's whatever. Or if you say, but I have this problem or I have this question, right? Then that's gonna prompt a discussion, because the point of the lightning talks is not only to force you to focus in on one specific project, but it's also it's also a way for you to broadcast that project out so that other people can give you feedback in the room, not just faculty, but other individuals, other attendees as well, and maybe help you through that process. But it has to be, you have to have focused on a project. It can't be, well, maybe I'm kind of interested in this, but I'm also interested, right? It's a project, right? There can be some sort of, you may be unsure about some things, or some sort of fuzziness about how you're going to reach that, but it's a specific idea, okay? And you can use the vision document as a guide if you want or not, whatever, doesn't matter. Any other questions at all? All right, so we're going to go around the room. So you heard what I said. I'll hand it over to Dan to just sort of, what are the areas you're interested in providing mentorship and support?
Do big data, web mapping, crowdsourcing, GitHub, Games I probably shouldn't say yes to because my wife will kill me if I play games. Other than that, I'll try and find someone else who can help you as well. And museum not working.
Cool. Okay. Eric?
So I can help with data sharing and publishing, so that scholarly communication side of things. APIs, LinkedIn, also when you think about APIs, think about them also as good uses for mobile too. So I haven't done much on the mobile client side, but on the side of serving the data for the APIs that goes into mobile devices. That's a big question. Beyond that, institutional repositories and archive.
Trump?
I was going to say breaking things and not really flip, but actually when you find something new and you're trying to puzzle out what the hell it actually does or decipher the computer science speak that has, all of those tacit things, that's something I think I'm helpful at. AR and games and that kind of playful stuff. Data mining, text analysis, can do a bit of that. A little bit of art. Social network analysis, if you want to do that kind of analysis of the interactive sense of that. Pick a little bit of that. Innovation-based modeling.
Good.
Yeah.
I think that'd be helpful to talk about digital libraries and sort of the front access part of it, and metadata, how you're going to structure collections, describing collections for use, and also managing it yourself. I do a lot of project management and my job, so I think maybe more sort of phasing and planning out a longer term project, so maybe a long meeting about that.
Right.
I think I can help with web mapping, some free stuff, building sites from the ground up, other than using content management or something like that. Twitter data, I could probably branch out to some other APIs. Yeah.
That's good. Kathleen?
I think I can consult on new models of publishing, authoring, collaboration, annotation, new modes of peer review, and so on.
Cool. Terry?
Social media, so any component of that, and I think that means, I don't get the impression that there are a lot of people here who are like, I'm going to start a social media account, and that's going to be your project.
Yeah. Yeah, not so much.
But if you want it to be a supplement or a component or something like that, I'm happy to consult with you with sort of on just that element of something larger. I'm very interested in landscapes, museum applications. I'm actually working one, so hopefully I can be helpful in that regard. Anything that's engaged with the public, the traditional public, if you're looking to do a community engaged project of some sort, that's something I'd be more than willing to help you work with. And I had one other thing that I figured would go.
That's good. Chris?
Working with Native American communities and also the communities, museum exhibits, conceptual frameworks, how you think about a project, how that relates to actual research questions, the actual writing and editing of what you might be doing, issues related to rights, copyright, permissions. I think I may have mentioned project management, budgeting, budgets, as in money budgets, and then budgeting everything else. And that whole public engagement of how you go about doing it, and working with cultural sensitivities, cultural considerations, cultural nuances.
Terry, you remembered?
Field applications, that was the other one.
Okay.
Working on stuff.
Okay. Lynn?
Probably, I actually also conceptually, sort of creating the conceptual parts of projects, how to put it together and how it may be something that is doable. And then also social media, but things that also relate to my own interests, which is mortuary archaeology, working with native, indigenous peoples and groups, and various political issues. So any of those things.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And actually, should also just mention publishing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Writ large, publishing in multiple and different ways.
Okay. All right. So that is your, at least now. I mean, like I said, a lot of people have already sat down with faculty, but this is a sort of a good opportunity. I'm going to talk to Catherine about this. Before we break and have sort of an open afternoon, I want to sort of circle back to that whole live streaming issue with projects. Just a show of hands, and we'll sort of make this decision collaboratively. Who has no problem with their pitch being live streamed? None of this. Got to be either that or that. Okay, who doesn't want their project live streamed?
We're the best that can't.
Or can't?
It's not that I don't want to, I just
Yeah,
can't.
that's more than half.
It's roughly about a 50-50.
All right, so we will try to do, let's say, morning stream, or first session stream, because there's two, we've sort of broken them up logically into two sessions. We'll do first session stream, second session no stream. You guys good with that? Okay. All right. So with that, the rest of the afternoon is fun time. A couple of things. If you would like, we have a bunch of 3D prints that are right now being printed out in the room next door. If you want to see a 3D printer and doing its thing. Lots of the AR stuff kicking around. We've also got sort of lots of interesting hardware if you want to ask or explore stuff like that. So that being said, rest of the afternoon is sort of free. We will at around, what time is it?
It's 2:30.
So probably around 4 o'clock or so, we will kind of reconvene, cap up today off, and then talk about tomorrow before we run off.
Question about the blog post
Yes.
of our
Yes.
proposal. When is that?
That is due before you leave, and you can, or as you're in the airport or driving home. Probably not a good idea to do that while you're driving home. And I will thank you for reminding me. I have to generate accounts for everybody. You'll get an automatically generated account to the email address you provided in your application. If you don't want it to go there, tell me an alternative email, because I know that there's some people with institutional emails or company emails that they might not want to use. Just send me an email saying, use this email instead. Because if you tell me physically, I'll forget the second I walk out that door. All right? Yeah.
When we do blog posts and things specifically for the Institute,
Yep.
can those also be replicated on our own
Oh, yeah, yeah,
blogs
yeah.
or projects?
Yeah, of course. Everyone good? Okay, let's break.